The House will come to order. Today, the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Representative Leader.
Please join me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Schiebel, please call the roll.
Representative Zamabile, Armagost, Bacon, Representative Bacon,
Excused.
Byrd, Bockenfeld, Basenecker, Representative Basenecker,
Excused.
Bottoms, Bradfield, Bradley, Brown, Catlin, Dougherty, DeGraff, Degree Kennedy, Dixon, Representative Dixon,
Excused.
Duran, Majority Leader Duran,
Excused.
English, Epps, Representative Epps,
Excused.
Evans, Frizzell, Froelich, Garcia, Rep.
Here.
Garcia, oh, on the wall, Gonzalez Gutierrez, Hamrick, Hartsook, Herod, Representative Herod,
Excused.
Holtorf, Judah, Joseph, Kip is here, Leader, Lindsay, Lindstead, Luck, Representative Luck is here, Lukens, Lynch, Minority Leader Lynch,
Excused.
Mabry, Marshall, Martinez, Rep. Martinez, Martinez is excused. Morrow, Representative Morrow,
Excused.
McCormick, Representative McCormick, no,
Excused.
McLaughlin, Rep. McLaughlin,
Excused.
Michelson Janae, Ortiz, Representative Ortiz,
Excused.
Parenti, Representative Parenti,
Excused.
Puglisi, Ricks, Representative Ricks,
Excused.
Sharbini, Sirota, Snyder, Representative Snyder,
Excused.
Soper, Rep. Soper,
Excused.
Story, Taggart, Titone, Valdez A, Velasco, Rep. Velasco,
Excused.
Vigil, Weinberg, Weissman, Wilford, Wilson, Winter, Woodrow, Young, and Madam Speaker.
Here. With 56 present, 9 excused, we do have a quorum. Representative Leader.
Well, good morning, colleagues, on this wonderful Monday. You thought you got rid of me last week, but here I am again. So perhaps we will pass the journal today and you won't see me again. It's your last chance to speak up. So with that, I move that the journal of Friday, April 22nd, 2023 be approved as corrected by the chief clerk.
Members, you've heard the motion that the journal be approved as corrected by the chief clerk. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Do we have any committee announcements, members? Here they come. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Yes, Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources Committee members, please pay attention. We are moving our room to the Old State Library upon adjournment, and we are hearing 7 bills: Senate Bill 255, Senate Bill 256, Senate Bill 192, Senate Bill 266, Senate Bill 13, and Senate Bill 270, and Senate Bill 273. So remember, Old State Library. See you there.
Thank you. Other committee announcements? Representative Snyder.
Good morning. Finance Committee will be meeting today upon adjournment to hear 9 bills. We're still deciding whether 1281 will be heard today or not, but count on the other 8. Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Woodrow, any committee announcements?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs Committee will meet upon adjournment in LSBA to hear Senate Bill 211, Senate Bill 105, Senate Bill 111, Senate Bill 153, Senate Bill 276, and House Bill 1296. See you then. Upon adjournment.
Madam Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to proceed out of order for third reading of bills' final passage.
Seeing no objection, we'll proceed out of order for third reading of bills. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1078.
House Bill 1078 by Representatives Wilford and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senator Hansen, concerning the creation of a dependent allowance for individuals receiving unemployment compensation and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1078 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us, Representative Holtorf. Members, we are on third reading. I will ask everyone to take their seats. Thank you. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Before we vote on this bill, I wanted to make my final objection to this bill. Unemployment compensation and insurances for employees. Extending this benefit, and this has a significant fiscal note, extending this benefit beyond that, I think is wrong. And I want that objection to be known. $35 a week for dependents, irrespective of the number of dependents. I suppose that could be adult dependents. I suppose that could be youth dependents. Any class of dependents in this case is going to cause a significant increase in this particular entitlement that is underwritten in this state. Number one, it's even in the fiscal note it said that this is insolvent. Why would anybody put more financial burdens on an account that has solvency issues? And the statement was made that, oh, this isn't going to cost the employer any more money. It's not going to raise those unemployment insurance rates that those employers have to pay every month by the 15th of the month. For those of us that have to write those checks and send that money to the state, we're not interested in greater rates to increase benefits, to make business carry more water in our pail that's already full of water. The pail spilleth over with the burden you put on small business. I can't explain, and I'm not going to take 10 minutes, ma'am. I just want everybody to know that you cannot go back to business and continue to take more and more and more and more and more and exact more and more rules, regulations, fees, fines, and financial burdens on business. When does it end? You know, under this particular bill, you could extrapolate this out in future time to other things and continue to increase the burden to our businesses. And I have a very strong objection to that. I want everybody to know my objection. I will be a strong no, and I don't believe in enhancing and expanding these entitlements. Enough's enough. But maybe it never ends.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you, ma'am. Colleagues, I suspect your emails have been lit up like mine have. Mine has been around this bill. I've heard a lot from the business owners in my community about this bill and them voicing their opposition to having to pay more and more and more into what is already an insolvent unemployment insurance trust fund. Candidly, they're just kind of freaking out at this point because they're concerned about the direction this state is going when it comes to supporting business. I've heard a lot from our local chambers of commerce, who represents those businesses. The chambers represent what is the lifeblood of our economy. Those small and big businesses that provide jobs and goods and services that we all enjoy. You know, when we were hearing this bill on second reading, I spoke at length about this particular situation. We talked about the real concerns about the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. It is insolvent. It will not reach solvency until 2029 or 2030. And there's a lot of reasons for that. We talked about why that is, why we're in this particular situation. It would be a lot worse if we hadn't used federal funding from the pandemic to mitigate some of the solvency issues. So that's good, I guess. It's not as bad as it could be. But this fund is created by Colorado employers. They pay insurance premiums these businesses, these employers, these providers of goods and services, these economic engines, they pay into this fund. It doesn't just magically appear. So the idea that we are putting additional burdens on this fund through this bill is irresponsible. It is irresponsible for this body to further burden businesses. It is irresponsible. It's fiscally irresponsible. It might feel really good. It might make you feel better. But it is fiscally irresponsible. The fiscal note on this particular bill may or may not be accurate because nobody knows how many people would avail themselves of this particular benefit. It could be much higher. The study conducted by our own Colorado Department of Labor and Employment on this proposal determined that the deficit to the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund, due to this bill, could be between $15.4 and $56 million a year. That's not what's in the fiscal note. It's a lot less. So what if it's less? What if it's more? I think that we have a responsibility as we make laws to understand the impacts of those laws on our business community. Because ultimately, if a business is having to pay more in unemployment insurance premiums, those costs are going to be passed on. We've talked about making Colorado more affordable. We have talked and talked and talked about it. The governor has talked about it. This is not making Colorado more affordable. It's doing the opposite. So again, it might make you feel really good. To help a few people. But it's damaging businesses and it's damaging everybody who buys goods and services from those businesses. I urge very strongly a no vote on this bill. Thank you for your attention.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when we talk about as legislators stakeholdering, you can't just stakehold people that agree with you. You can't just stakehold people that are going to tell you what you want to hear. We've sat here and said The Colorado Chamber of Commerce strongly opposes. Douglas County Business Alliance strongly opposes. The NFIB, which is the voice of small businesses, nonprofit, nonpartisan, and member-driven, strongly opposes. So when all these three big organizations strongly oppose, is it not the responsibility of legislators to stop and listen to the people in our community that support small businesses? My good representative friend from Douglas County just told us that the purpose of the Unemployment Trust Fund, Insurance Trust Fund, is to support workers who are laid off through no fault of their own. The fund is solely paid by Colorado employers through unemployment insurance premiums. So to say that small businesses aren't going to be paying into this it's deceitful, and it's not truthful, and it's not right to tell the people or this establishment that, because we know that that's who's paying into it. This fund became insolvent in 2020 over $1 billion due to thousands of businesses being forced to shut down in response to decisions by state and local government officials during COVID. We've told you that. We told you that over 20% of small businesses are gone forever. The American dream vanished and gone for these people forever. We told you that this bill is being proposed less than 1 year after the business community worked relentlessly with the governor and legislators to secure $600 million in funding for the insolvent Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. And now we're going back to the community and saying, guess what, that wasn't enough? That wasn't enough, now we need you to pay in more. Well, we're being told that employers don't have to pay into it. That's not truthful. They're paying into it. They already paid $600 million into the insolvent fund, which is now insolvent again. And now we're going to go back to them and tell them they got to pay into it again. This costly proposal comes at a time when the UITF is not solvent and hurts the progress of achieving solvency of the fund. The department is still borrowing money to get the fund to solvency. Outstanding debt is $73 million in federal dollars and $33 million in private dollars. And we're going to go back and tell the business community, sorry, we messed up at the tune of $600 million. It's actually insolvent again, and we're expecting you guys to pay that after we shut down all your businesses for years, and you're actually successful again, and we're going to go after you again. That is not responsible legislation, you guys. It's not responsible legislation. We came down here and had a small business resolution. I watched some of you come down and say, we support small businesses. But your vote today will tell us what you actually feel about small businesses. Because your vote today will tell us that you think they should pay back into a fund that is insolvent again. Is that what you want Colorado businesses to know about this legislative body? That we're just going to keep adding fund after fund after fund?
Representative Bradley, please be cautious about impugning motives or intentions of others. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Employers, again, we've said that they don't, will pay a solvency surcharge in 2024 and 2025 that costs the average 10-person company $1,400. Now, that might not mean a lot to you guys when we spend millions of dollars and sometimes billions, but to small business owners, $1,400 is a lot of money. Employers are paying the highest possible rate levels since the $600 million did not cover the deficit, and the bill compounds these costs. I sat up here at nauseam, I feel like, again, talking to you about the task force that was started for the Colorado unemployment fraud that investigated 17 cases in the first year at a cost of $300,000. Fraudulent behavior taking out of the trust fund, which is now insolvent, that we're now going to go back to small businesses and say, guess what, you've got to supply it again. Wow. As a small business owner, that is completely frustrating to me and to my colleagues that write paychecks and pay and pay and pay. I told you that improper payments are defined as the overpayment or underpayment of unemployment benefits. Colorado is sitting at 33% when the rest of the country is at 23%. To date, the Colorado Department of Labor and Employment has confirmed $34 million in fraudulent payments made. $34 million in fraudulent payments. And now we're going to add to this by paying dependents $35 a week when we can't even wrap our brain around, that was 300 cases where they found, or, I'm sorry, 17 cases where they found the total loss in unemployment fraud with these cases was $300,000. So make a statement today. Vote no against this bill. Vote for small businesses. Tell them that you support them in Colorado. Tell them that you're hearing what the Colorado Chamber and Douglas County Business Alliance and NFIB is saying about this bill. They strongly oppose it because it does not benefit small businesses. Make it known today that you support small businesses in this chamber. I urge a no vote on this bill and a yes for small businesses. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. So again, kind of summing this up, you've got a fund that is basically in the red. That's, I mean, we're using other terms, but basically it's a fund that's in the red. And then you've got a block of people that were receiving the money out of this fund, and that's what caused it to go into the red. So you've got this group of people causing this fund to go into the red. Now what we're doing is saying, let's add to this amount of people all kinds of people that should not be included. People that are going to now receive unemployment that were not employed. And now we're going to make this group much bigger. And again, I think one of my colleagues said this, but we're just guessing when it comes to a fiscal note on this. We're just guessing when it comes to estimated numbers or whatever. It's a complete guess because we have no idea how much this other group of people, how many of them there are that we're going to add to this first group of people that already made this fund go into the red. And so how does that not, and we're also asking for all this extra money to bring it out of the red just to get it ready to take it back into the red with all of these extra people. That's bad business no matter what kind of business you have. That's just bad business. It's bad numbers. It's using money that we don't have to shore up a group that we're making worse in the process, making larger, making more dependent in the process. This doesn't make sense. This is the opposite of how this should be. And so I don't know how the taxpayers can sit and look at this and think anything, but this is just taking our money and giving it to people that are not part of the category of what this is supposed to be for. And so I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I agree with my colleagues. No on this vote is a yes for business. There's a lot of consequences. We've talked about the consequences. I'm not sure how we say they're unintentional. We are asking taxpayers to continually bail out a boat while we chop a hole in the hull. We want them to put more money in. Put more money in. This time it's going to be solvent. And the General Assembly is chopping a hole right through the bottom. The only thing that makes this bill work is the laws of wishful thinking. What are some of the consequences? Well, somebody that walks in with a family, I would think a small business is going to have to look at that and go, there's a liability. I mean, the General Assembly has already considered children to be an illness or injury, so that's
Representative DeGraff.
Yes, ma'am.
That's unacceptable.
Okay. I was just continuing on a different set of bills. This will cost somewhere between $15 million and $56 million, and we consider that okay. That our fiscal analysts, with all of the training that they have, cannot say within $40 million, $41 million, they can't say within $41 million how much this will cost. And the problem with that is it's probably, whatever they come up with is probably low. If you look at an average family and you say, well, that's, 35, so about 70, say 90 with 2.5 dependents, but the average dependents are probably around 4. Now you have $6,000 a year if that continues. Now, there are some things that we could do in this body that would actually help. We negated those last week, some of them. We could immediately lower taxes, virtually immediately. But nope, we're going to spend more, because somehow spending more is going to put more money in the pockets of Coloradans and help businesses to stay here. So this year, I just looked up last year, so 18 April was Tax Freedom Day. So it takes 1/3 of your year to reach a point where you start making money for yourself. I understand that there are some that feel that's too low, and that we need to work longer for the government and to pay off and to pay those things. And so we're going to keep spending, and we're going to continue to grow. Other things that we could do is we could lower that Tax Freedom Day 1%.
Representative DeGraff, back to the bill, please.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you.
So the bottom line is, we as a General Assembly, you as a General Assembly, continue to attack business. These are not small asks. $6,000 a year for a small family on unemployment. Yeah, we would love for everybody to get that extra money. That would be fantastic, but it has to come from someplace. Even the money we print out of the ether has to be backed by something. We are driving businesses out of Colorado. We are ensuring that increasing numbers of people will be on unpaid personal leave. Permanent. And the solution is just to put them on unemployment permanently and to give them more money. And that's fantastic if we were flush with cash, but we can cut our taxes, we can cut our energy costs. We can make it so businesses can stay in Colorado instead of attacking them and trying. What this is again, it's covering over, it's papering over legislation, the failed legislation of the General Assembly. The General Assembly, the ideological ideations of the General Assembly is destroying small business. And the only way that the General Assembly seems to be able to find a way out of that is to further burden small businesses. How that makes sense to anybody, I have no idea. I strongly, now, since approximately 50% of the businesses in Colorado are presumably of the majority party, they can certainly do this voluntarily, and that would actually be charity. This is not charity, this is compulsion. This is money that's taken at the end of a barrel of a gun by law enforcement. It is. Who enforces the law? Law enforcement enforces the law. Tax dollars are taken by IRS. If you don't pay your taxes, which is what this goes towards, if you do not pay those taxes, somebody comes and gets you, and you don't, and they are not prepared for you just to voluntarily go. There are consequences. If a good intention was a good idea, it wouldn't need a gun. This is a good intention. It's not a good idea. Stop chopping holes in the bottom of the boat. Let businesses in Colorado at some point see that there is a light at the end of the tunnel instead of just more trains. I urge a no vote on this bill, which is a yes vote for small business.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor and a privilege to serve with you.
It is an honor and a privilege to serve with you.
Thank you. I've spoken about business several times during the course of this session and my concern for business. One of the things we are taught in running businesses is that we have to be fiscally responsible at all times. In some cases, it's responsible to ourselves because we've made the investment in the company. In some cases, it's being responsible to our board of directors. And in all cases, it's being fiscally responsible for our consumers, for our employees, and for any other stakeholders. And when I read a note that says, and I do appreciate that this bill got pushed back in terms of its implementation by, I believe, 6 months or 9 months. But when it says in 25-26, which probably now is 26-27, with amounts in future years depending on economic conditions as well as population growth, that tells me we don't have the funds. And the only place we're going to get those funds is by putting another burden on small business and business as a whole to fund workman's comp. Now, this comes also at a time that we can't forget that our businesses are just trying to figure out and are just now funding the new mandatory sick leave program. Another hit to business, another hit to small business. I wish we all could appreciate the fact that when we own small businesses, there are times where we cannot pay ourselves a salary. All the years that I owned that company that is named after a high mountain rodent, I can tell you there were times and weeks that I didn't pay myself, nor did I pay my wife because she was one of our customer service reps. And that's because I needed to protect my stakeholders. I needed to make sure my employees got their checks, and those checks were good. I need to make sure I was paying the bills, and I needed to make sure that the board that approved our budget was satisfied that we were doing everything we could to improve our cash flow. Folks, we can't keep putting these burdens on business. I know sometimes we get into a conversation here philosophically about companies making a profit, and I will tell you what I say to my undergraduate and graduate students. If you want to lead a company, if you want to be an entrepreneur, the very first principle that you have to adhere to is you're in the business to make money. Otherwise, you do not have a business and you can't protect your stakeholders. Please, we're just catching up to this mandatory sick leave and the cost of that to businesses. We can't add something where we know for a fact that we are going to have to increase the charge to businesses for workman's compensation in future years. As my dad once told me many years ago, Rick, don't write a check that you can't fund. If we believe so strongly in this bill, then let's put it in the long bill in the future. And let's say this is a priority. But let's not put this on business. It is not remotely fair. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning, fellow colleagues. This bill has been a long journey. I sat in the business committee on this one. My constituents in Loveland, my business community in Loveland, are all against this. They have been very, very outspoken on the undue hardships that will be put on their shoulders. I want everyone to understand, businesses, small businesses, I own a small business myself that's out of Loveland. This will impact the small business community very heavily. I don't think we understand that coming out of COVID, we already have a problem with businesses leaving and going bankrupt. Placing undue burden and hardship continuously on our small businesses is not prosperous for Colorado. I rise in opposition on behalf of Loveland, and I truly please ask you to search deep on this one and vote no.
Representative Marshall,
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
and an honor to serve with you.
Yeah, I appreciate it, colleagues. I was not here for second readings. I was in the judiciary hearing from 0930 to 01 the other day when this bill was presented on seconds, and the sponsors have graciously allowed me to speak just briefly because I was a very strong opponent to this concept when it was first broached. Philosophically, it didn't make sense to me until I was explained and understood finally that when we first had unemployment insurance, of course, the world was different. We had usually a one-income family and one person taking care of people. Now, almost everyone works. We have two, even if you have two parents, usually both of them are working, or if you have a one-parent family. And the purpose of unemployment insurance is to help the worker and tide them over to find another job. And if you have children, you are going to have to take care of them during that period for child care to go interview for these other jobs and look for the other jobs. So that concept made sense to me. I still have trepidation on 12 to 18 because I think 12 to 18-year-olds should be able to take care of themselves, but the dependent allowance made sense. So philosophically, I was able to get there. The second issue, of course, was a big problem, the solvency. I was strongly against this bill because of the solvency issues, as many of our colleagues on the other side point out. But the sponsors have put it out to 3 years. We have 3 years. If we are in a huge recession at that point, I think everyone in this body is responsible enough that we would take action to delay it further, even though the sponsors and people may not want to do that. They are responsible enough, I think, to see the writing on the wall if we are in some kind of disaster and take action. And the solvency issues, we need to remember, came not from a once-in-a-generation recession or depression, but a once in 100 years. The worst unemployment rate since the Great Depression is what pushed our unemployment pool into its insolvency. And we are going to get there. And if people remember their history, during the Great Depression, when we had the worst unemployment in history, that's when we made investments in the future. And this is the opportunity to make investments in the future. And then finally, just on a technical aspect, I was still very much on the fence. But it is my understanding we have colleagues from Pueblo and Arapahoe County who are strongly in favor of this, who may not be able to vote. And I think it's inappropriate for something so important to go down, if possible, over someone missing. And so for all three of those reasons, I'm strongly in favor of voting for this today. Thank you.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I don't normally come down twice, but when I hear things that I need to address, I want to make sure that there's another side to this. We should not be willing to ever say in this chamber that we will come back in 3 years to address it. This is going to add to inflation and debt. Exactly what my colleague just stated will be the reason we have to come back and reassess. That is not right as legislators. We have a hard fiscal impact that is currently hitting our businesses in Colorado. Loveland is closing 6 restaurants. 6. At what point in time are we going to take this serious? We need to drive business into Colorado, not out. I see the impact in my city, and it's depressing. To state in any way, shape, or form that we need to reassess or come back, that is ridiculous. Let's address it now and make sure that everything we're doing in this chamber now, here and now, does not impact the small business community. You have no endorsements from any chamber. Look at yourselves as legislators. This bill is going to impact the position a business will be in the next 3 years. And if you're still in this chamber and have to discuss it again, remember this. Thank you for your time.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. For the representative from Douglas County, the Douglas County Business Alliance is strongly opposed. In Douglas County, 80% of our parents both work. It's not up to small businesses to protect that from happening. So your constituents are telling you they're against this bill. Thank you.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. There is nothing so permanent as a temporary government program. So to think that we'll come back in 3 years after we've been driving business out of Colorado for 3 years, that we're going to come and say, oh, there's a crisis. The only response to a crisis that the General Assembly has is to spend more money of the taxpayers. That is the only option that the General Assembly leaves itself to deal with the improper, the legislation that is wielded against the people of Colorado. Every time. What we could do for business right now is we could relook at our budget, and we could maybe we could put our rounding errors in the thousands instead of the millions. We round off in the millions of dollars for our taxpayers. That's how closely we monitor ourselves. Millions. 10 to the 6 zeros. 2 parents work in this state. Most times 2 parents work because they have to work. They have to work. Not necessarily because they want to work, not necessarily because they want somebody else raising their kids, but because they have to. Because April 18 is tax day, tax freedom day. So what could this body do? What could the General Assembly do? It could cut taxes. We could go back and just start unwinding the stuff that we've done, that you've done. We are crushing business now. You are crushing business now. I like the idea.
Representative DeGraff, again, do not impugn motives. Do not accuse members of the body.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
You have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you. I don't know why. I wasn't speaking to motive. I don't know why this is being done, just that it is. I like the idea of giving more money to parents, but that money is not free. It does come from someplace, and it crushes business now. It crushes business now, and we're looking at relooking at it in 3 years. Again, we have asked the taxpayers to bail this out. The General Assembly is chopping a hole in the hull. This has got to stop. I urge a no vote on this, not because it's a bad intention, but because it is untenable to keep piling these pieces of straw on the camel's back. This is a big load. And at some point it breaks.
Representative DeGraff, your time has expired. Representative Wilford.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just needed to do that. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, thank you so much.
Yes.
The last time that you all heard about this bill during second readings, I didn't have the opportunity to share the why behind why we brought this bill. And so I want to take a moment and do that. A number of years ago, I lost my job to no fault of my own. I had a 2-year-old at the time. My husband was working as an intern at an engineering firm. With the loss of my income, which was the higher income, we had to make incredibly difficult choices. We fell behind in our mortgage. We didn't have enough money to cover the basics, and it was a really, really difficult time in my house. I think about my cousin, who at the same time was on unemployment insurance, and I recognized that I had to stretch my unemployment dollars, my weekly benefit allowance, much further to cover my family than my cousin did as a single man in Colorado. That's exactly why we brought this bill, because we recognize that as parents, when you have dependents, you don't stop having dependents when you're on unemployment. You don't stop having dependents when you're working. They're with you always, and it's your responsibility to take care of them and to make sure that they have what they need. When I hear us talk about small business in this chamber, oftentimes I hear small businesses set up as a binary. Either we support small businesses or we support workers. Either we attack small business or we don't have a good economy. And I don't believe that those are choices that this chamber has to make. I think that you can support small businesses and you can support workers and you can support families. And members, this is a policy right here that does all three. Businesses need workers, workers need businesses. It is a mutual relationship. And what this bill does is it makes sure that our unemployment insurance program works better for our modern workforce. It's not an undue burden on small business. I'll talk about the specifics in just a moment. I heard, as we were listening to some of the comments previously, that there wasn't stakeholdering done on this bill, and members, I can tell you there absolutely was. We sat down with the business committee or community, including the chambers, but we also sat down, members, with parents. We also sat down with workers, because workers and parents and community are also our stakeholders. At the end of the day, we had philosophical differences with the business community, and that is okay. It doesn't mean that we can't move forward. A couple of things that I heard that were incorrect that I want to make sure that we clarify. First, we are not saying with this bill that businesses have to pay more money or that they're not paying money already. This bill will be funded through the Unemployment Insurance Trust Fund. Businesses pay in annual premiums to support that program. That will not change. Based on the modeling that we have done, we do not anticipate that there will be an increase, which is set in statute, members, for businesses. We anticipate the unemployment insurance program will be in the positive by the end of the year. And in response to some of the concerns we heard, we pushed this program out for implementation to 2026 so that there would be 3 years for the Unemployment Trust Fund balance to grow. And modeling is showing us that we should have $1.7 billion in the account, in that trust fund, before this bill is ever implemented. As legislators, as a body, we often take a look at legislation that has been passed in previous years. We make tweaks, we look at sunsets, and we change policy based on where we are as a state. And so saying that we can't start moving in a particular direction towards implementing this program and then make additional tweaks in the future is just not factual. That's exactly what we do all of the time in this chamber. We have a responsibility to ensure that we aren't leaving families behind. $35 a week, members, covers the basics. That is all we're asking for here. We are asking to cover the basics. Things like a box of diapers for a week, formula for a week, food for a week, childcare for interviews for a week. We're not asking to cover a gymnastics class. we're asking to cover the basics. 1078 is an anti-poverty measure that keeps women in the workforce and stabilizes a family while mom and dad look for the next job. That's it. We're supporting families with this measure, and we ask that you join us with your yes vote today. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1078 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 36 aye, 28 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1078 is adopted. Co-sponsors.
Me.
Representative Ortiz and Representative Garcia, co-sponsor. Representative Ricks, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 163.
Senate Bill 163 by Senators Will and Mullica, also Representatives Judah and Lynch, concerning the classification of certain employees of the Division of Parks and Wildlife who are certified by the Peace Officer Standards and Training Board as state troopers for the purpose of determining Public Employees Retirement Association service retirement eligibility and benefits, and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 163 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 163 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Catlin. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excuse, Senate Bill 163 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1286.
House Bill 1286 by Representatives Armagost and Duran, also Senators Gardner and Janal, concerning changes to monetary penalties for the offense of cruelty to animals for working animals that are used in connection with governmental entities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1286 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1286 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Ricks, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ricks votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1286 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1210.
House Bill 1210 by Representative Dixon, also Senator Hansen, concerning carbon management and in connection therewith, ensuring that carbon management projects are eligible for grants under the Industrial and Manufacturing Operations Clean Air Grant Program and providing for the creation of a carbon management roadmap.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1210 on third reading and final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I really had no idea until Friday just how much of a grip this idea had on people. That the use of unfair labor practices would be justified in order to meet this untenable agenda. Now, this is something I've studied for a while. I do have a master's in science. It doesn't make me infallible by any means. I've tried to engage in a level of understanding with people in this body to help them understand. But what you're looking at, what people in this body tend to be looking at, is what politicians tell them about climate science. And politicians have a great use for an ethereal existential threat, because fear is a primal motivator, and it's a way to herd people, herd animals, herd people. Media has a great reason for promulgating and I see some people that really want to have the existential threat. They really need the existential threat because it justifies doing whatever they think they need to do. But here's what you don't know. Let's see, some from a real scientist. The oceans contain 54-fold more carbon than the atmosphere. So the ratio is always kept constant, except that when carbon is added from another source. So the real question, does increased carbon dioxide affect climate? Experimental measures show no effect on sea level or hurricanes or tornadoes or measured climate property. Computer models with arbitrary constants have predicted that carbon dioxide will affect the weather, but they have failed all experimental tests.
And Representative DeGraff, I trust you'll bring this back to the bill.
Thank you, ma'am. So what we're trying to do is we're trying to mitigate a trace gas. Now, when I asked my calculus students what they thought the level of carbon dioxide was in the atmosphere, the average, if they chose to answer it, was around 30 to 40%. It's 0.04, 4 parts in 10,000. That doesn't mean it's insignificant. 4 parts in 10,000 is what is the number of molecules, and that is up from 3 parts in 10,000. 3 molecules in 10,000 to 4 molecules in 10,000. And that is what the declaration, that 1 molecule in 10,000 is what's being declared as it is going to complete. And the funny thing is that they claim that 1 molecule in 10,000 is what is driving the additional evaporation, because even then they admit that the evaporation and the water vapor in the climate.
Representative DeGraff, thank you for this overview, but please draw it back to the policy that is before us.
Well, thank you, ma'am. But the policy before us is reducing carbon dioxide to somehow mitigate climate change, and it will have absolutely no effect on climate change. I've showed you why, when you consider water vapor in the atmosphere and the evaporation cycle, that it is less than 1 part in 10,000, the energy in the atmosphere. So this carbon dioxide mitigation is literally pumping money into a hole in the ground. It is pumping money into the hole in the ground. It is looking at spending, we're looking at spending $100 billion in a year to remove 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide that will immediately be replaced by carbon dioxide outgassing from the ocean. And that 1 gigaton of carbon dioxide that we remove will be 1 in 3,000 that are currently in the atmosphere. So the effect of pumping $100 billion of money straight into the ground will be precisely the square root of 0. It is not going to do a single thing. But we are going to ask, because we want to have an existential threat that will drive mass transit, that will drive rezoning, all out of fear of 1 molecule in 10,000. And we saw that fear is real. It's irrational, but it's real.
Representative DeGraff, please, to the bill.
Ma'am, I'm speaking to the policy of pumping $100 billion of carbon dioxide into the ground at the cost to taxpayers based on a fear that has no scientific basis. 0. And that's what this policy is. This policy is pumping money into an industry that is mining the imaginations of people, of representatives who don't engage on the actual science of this.
Representative DeGraff, that characterization is unfair, and you have predetermined something that you do not know. I will ask you to wrap up your comments, please.
Thank you, ma'am. I've tried to engage on the scientific aspect. So there's lots of reasons. There are scientific reasons to reject this. This is unconscionable. This is removing money from the taxpayers. It will do absolutely nothing for the climate. You can ask anybody in the committee, what will these carbon goals do? Nobody knows. Nobody knows how to measure it. I've asked the professionals that are before the committee. They do not know. Because the carbon goals, the carbon reduction goals, will do absolutely nothing. But you can have your existential threat. You can continue to drive the taxpayers and the businesses into the ground. I know some of you really appreciate that, the existential threat, but I am urging a no vote on this, and you actually look at the science involved and not the media representation and not the political representation. So I recommend a no.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Representative Graff, for your very thoughtful scientific analysis. I know that it's hard to follow all the numbers and the detail and the level of specificity that you analyze this at. I did want to tell the House chamber one thing that I found out. This is totally ag-related. A growing crop, 1 acre of a growing crop per annum, that's yearly, will absorb 1 ton of CO2. Think about that. 1 ton. Gone. So, being an ag legislator, I want us to encourage to plant crops, support your local farmers, put the crops in the ground, do a winter cover crop, usually rye, and then do a summer crop, usually corn, where I'm from.
Representative Holtorf.
Yes, ma'am.
To the bill, please.
Thank you. Anyway, I'm going to wrap this up. I just wanted to share that carbon management, agriculture will help you save the planet if you get behind us and encourage us to go green, plant green, keep our cover crops green, and keep our farms green. I'm all about green, ma'am, and it's a pleasure to serve with you.
Pleasure to serve with you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1210. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. We need to get back to our fines. Representative Snyder, $5. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1210 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Ortiz and Garcia co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read House Bill 1254.
House Bill 1254 by Representatives Brown and Mabry, also Senator Cutter, concerning the conditions covered under the warranty of habitability of residential premises and in connection therewith, specifying a landlord's requirement to remediate a residential premises that is damaged due to environmental public health event, expanding what constitutes retaliation by a landlord, and describing situations in which a tenant may terminate a lease after the premises has been damaged due to an environmental public health event.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1254 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1254 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Ortiz, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Ortiz votes yes. Please close the machine. With 46 aye, 18 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1254 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representatives Garcia and Ortiz co-sponsor. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1255.
House Bill 1255 by Representatives Lindsted and Dixon, also Senator Gonzalez, concerning preemption of local regulations limiting the number of building permits issued for development.
Representative Wilson. Oh, sorry, Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1255 on third reading, final passage.
Now Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to ask for a no vote on this bill. This bill claims to be about property rights, but the only people supporting it are those in the development industry that would profit from it. In fact, the sponsors' own regional governments are against this bill, along with many other municipalities, counties, special districts. This bill, like I said, claims to be about property rights, but allows loopholes for more lawsuits. It also calls the voice of the voters arbitrary. When your community asks for its government or its local leaders to do certain things, that's not arbitrary. That's them voicing a concern in their community. This bill is saying the state should control your community and disregard the local voters of that community. In my community, this past November, we just passed home rule, making our community less controlled by the state. Took 2 years to do that, but that's what the community wanted. That charter that took us 2 years to build would now have nothing under this bill. Everything they put in place, the state would say, well, you can't do it that way. And when going back to the lawsuit part, that's the issue with this bill, is there are loopholes in it. It's saying you can't do one thing, which is fine, but you can be held liable if another thing is perceived like that. This bill takes away some of your local government's ability to design and draft and let growth work in conjunction with infrastructure. Doesn't allow you to build your infrastructure prior to growth. It says you have to address growth at the moment it's given. So I would ask for a no vote on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The language in this bill starts off as charged. Anti-growth law. Anti-growth. It's against growth. There are laws that are against growth. We talk about impugning. I've been reminded several times about impugning. Saying something is anti-growth is speaking to motive, is impugning. It's a judgment. A better way to say that would be sustainable growth. We tried that. There are some things that are anti-growth, and they can be anti-growth for a reason. There's lots of reasons to restrict the growth. There's the water table, there's the infrastructure, there's the grid, there's the transformers that are on the wall, on the poles. I guess those are part of the grid. Those are designed to cool down at night. They have to have a certain load that's lower, so they cool radiatively. You don't allow that, they explode, your grid fails. Your sewer lines are not sufficient, the water's not sufficient. We can only have one rain barrel in this state because the infrastructure, because we're in a high desert. There are lots of reasons. The lack of affordable housing in Colorado is directly attributable to the scarcity of units. Okay, well, let's unpack that. One, to say the lack of housing is due to the lack of the number of houses is, I mean, really kind of a interesting thing to say. We don't have enough houses because we don't have enough houses. But instead of looking at why we don't have enough houses by the inflation that government sets in place, by devaluing currency, by setting our energy prices exorbitantly, by creating a pandemic that has inadvertently created a massive backlog. There's a reason that construction isn't going on in the state, and it is not because when you talk to realtors and the housing units that are being, the housing that is being produced is like on a 2-year backlog, when it takes 6 months to get an electrical box because those are being just even the electrical panel itself, they are being rationed around the country. And building is being restricted by the number of, so this would be better off saying that we don't have sufficient building because we have a supply backlog because of legislation. And so what are we going to do? Well, but that's really not the issue. The issue here is to start chopping up people's property, and this is a zoning law. This is zoning. This is talking about zoning and subdividing and getting over anti-growth and paving over local government control that they might have very good reasons. They might have very good reasons for the lack of growth. And then people moved to those communities for their lack of growth because they didn't want to be, well, a famous study, and you can look it up, it's called Rat City. You should look it up if you want to cram more people into a small place. It's not good for people. But we need to do that because we want to encourage more people to be on a bus because we're freaked out about one molecule in 10,000. And it all ties back together, this ideological fear, unfounded. uniformity in land use laws. This is all about overriding local government control. Overriding local government control because of ideology at the state level. We're looking at reasons why people, you're looking at overriding zoning contracts. You're looking at taking contracts away from people that they had with the city, essentially with the state itself then, changing the value of their property, depriving them the use of their property. This is not about growth. This is about the state assuming control from local governments. Anti-growth laws, again, an inflammatory statement, loaded, a moral judgment, impugning laws enacted by local governments severely undermine the ability to construct undermine the ability of who or whom to construct. Okay, that goes back to, undermines the ability of the state to construct the additional housing units Coloradans need. Legislation is what's creating the inflation. Legislation is what is creating the backlog. Legislation is what is creating the problem. Further legislation is going to create more problems. And then those problems will be solved with further legislation. All removing the rights of citizens. And I understand some of you think you have a mandate. There's a mandate to do all these things, but I don't think anybody sent you here to solve the problems by removing their rights. It's unfortunate that we can't come up with better solutions. We as a corporate body can't come up with actual better solutions that don't involve overriding local government control, don't involve stripping people of their rights. I recommend a no on this and help give people a reason to stay in Colorado.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I seem to be following tall people today. You know, this state is amazing. The state of Colorado is an amazing place to live. We're all here for a variety of different reasons, but we're here because we love this state. Some of us have lived here their entire lives. Some of us have arrived more recently, but we're all here for a reason. One of the great things about this state is its diversity of geography, of population, even of climates. And one thing about this state that's diverse as well is the character of our cities and towns. Each one is unique. And that's great. That's a great thing. My colleague from Akron will tell you all day long, if he's allowed to, about how amazing his area of the state is. Similarly, our colleagues from the state capitol here in Denver will tell you how great their city is and why they love it. So my point to this is it's really, really important that our communities are able to determine their own identity. They're able to define what they want to be. My hometown of Castle Rock has changed a lot over the last 10 years. And I think that's a good thing. Some of the old-timers, which I'm one of, aren't really very happy about it because they've seen a lot of new people coming in, a lot more cars on the road. It's very fast growing. It's going to continue to grow. I like it because we have a lot of great restaurants downtown now where we didn't used to. We have a lot of young families. We have a lot of senior citizens. It's a diverse community that has been defined by the citizens of Castle Rock. You can drive down Main Street and look up at the lights hanging over the street and think this is a magical place. Castle Rock has been able to identify what it wants to be. And people move there because they like it. In the 25 years I was in the Douglas County Assessor's Office, we went from about 65,000 parcels to 165. That's a significant amount of growth. I come from a county that welcomes growth. That's part of our identity as a county. And some, again, might argue that that's not a good thing. Most of those newcomers will say, boy, if I'd known how much it was going to grow here, I probably wouldn't have moved here. But most people really love it because we have great parks. We have great open space that's been carefully conserved. That's our identity. That's what Douglas County citizens decided they wanted to make important. All of this is about local control. My county, my city, have been able to control their destiny and grown. But there are exactly 4 cities in this state out of 270 some that have made a different decision about their identity. They've made a different decision. And if their citizens want to change that identity, that choice that they made years ago, they can do that. They have the ability to do that. It is not up to this state, it is not up to this body to make that decision for them. We should not, in this room, tell those citizens of those towns and cities what their identity should be, what their culture should be. It is not okay. If we're going to talk about affordable housing and making changes with respect to that, then let's have that conversation. This is not about that. This is about the state usurping local control. Don't be under any other impression. That's what this is about. If we want to talk about affordable housing, let's have that conversation, and let's do it honestly. But do not usurp local control of 4 out of 272 cities and towns in this state. It's not fair to those citizens. I urge a no vote on this. Thank you very much.
Representative Bradley. Bradfield, my apologies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The municipality that is in my district is the city of Fountain. And when I first settled in Colorado, Fountain was almost a village. It was small. It has since grown significantly. It's Main Street is in several different parts of the city. But yet, several years ago, they went through the process of establishing themselves as home rule. And they did this for a purpose. The people wanted growth, but they wanted it to be on their terms. And the people wanted to keep the character of their city. And knowing that we at this building have a tendency to use a one rule, one way for all, Fountain was not okay with that. Fountain has come to the Capitol for the testimony portion and did oppose this bill. And just in the title alone, they saw what they did not like, and that is regulate, make rules, say, no, 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 you can't do this, or you must. And undoubtedly, some of the you must come with no money, but you must do these things. Keep that in mind. Every one of us have various entities, municipalities in our districts that probably cannot afford the you must. I urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I spoke about this in seconds, and one more time I'm going to get up and I'm going to urge a no vote on this piece of legislation. I was talking to a constituent at home this weekend, and the term local control came up, and they said, "You mean the political volleyball at the State House?" And I kind of giggled. And I said, "What do you mean the political volleyball?" And they said, "Well, it gets batted around like a volleyball in the House. One day you're for local control, the next day you're against local control." And that made a lot of sense, what they had to say. Each part of the state has its special needs. And every time I come down to this well, I represent House District 47. And the people of House District 47 do not want this. My good colleague from El Paso County just said we are going to create a law and use the strong arm of government to pass a law where there's only 4 areas that have this now, and it's going to be down to 3. It's going to be down to 3. When we talk about a Colorado for all of us, I don't think it's a Colorado with a one-size-fits-all approach. If we're looking at good governance, doesn't the interest of House District 47 matter just as much of the interest of downtown Denver? So now we are going to take the big arm of government and say, Lamar, Colorado, you don't know what's best for you. Your county commissioners don't know what is best for your county. Your elected members that you elected, your city council members, they don't know what's best, and neither we, the voters, do. But those of you in the State House, you know what's best for us. 4 hours away from downtown Denver. It's not good governance. This country was founded on federalism, and we even see it at the national issues that are happening right now. Have we forgot about federalism? The problem is the state thinks that the counties are arms of the state government, and it is not true. We need to get over this. Big government does not control everything. And please, let's stop using local control as a volleyball in here, as it serves our political needs. Let's stick with a little bit of consistency. Because believe it or not, we always joke the millions of people that were watching, but people are watching. I get emails all the time. People are watching. And you know what's really funny is the people from my part of the state, they don't really get mad at what you're doing here. They just want to be left out of it. If you got your issues to fix, fix them. The issues in southeastern Colorado are not the same as the issues in Denver, Colorado. And whether you don't like what we say up here, we were elected by the people in our districts, And there may be more of you here than us. But do their voices not matter? I'm going to stray a little bit, Madam Speaker, and you can put me back in line. But the problem is we forgot this is a republic. This is not a democracy. Democracy is mob rule.
Representative Winter, please, back to the bill.
There's more than one district in this state, and it don't center around Denver, Colorado. I'm tired of this mandate talk. 45% of the people in this state deserve a voice too. I urge a no vote on this legislation for my district. I urge a no vote on this legislation for the simple fact is we are taking the time, we are sitting here debating a bill over 4 local governments that have this in place, and it's going to be 3. And at the end of the day, if you pass this bill, you are looking at the other constituents in the state of Colorado that don't want this and say, we know what is best for you. Big government knows what is best for you. And once again, I will go back to my district and tell my constituents that their voices are not being heard in this chamber. And you want to know what? I can sleep at night doing that, because I came up here and I delivered on the promises I made to my constituents. And that's less government. And like I said, I will say this again for my constituents. They're fine with you doing in this your own area. Leave them alone. I urge a no vote.
Representative Catlin.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Thank you. Members, I'm here to talk about Resort Colorado. I have some communities in my district that have gone through long, long considerations as to what they want to be, how they want to develop, what they're looking to become. They've spent a long time in doing that. We had testimony in committee about the work that's being done, even, for example, in Aspen. They seem to have figured out this is what they want to be able to do, this is how the directions they want to take. And there are times that they've said, look, we're going to limit growth in this area or in this other side of the valley. I think that makes sense for them. I do agree that this is an overarching bill that comes from the state into communities that have already put a lot of time and effort into what they want to be when they grow up. And I agree with them. There are times when a community needs to say, I need to take a breath. I need to think about where we're going. The community I live in, the great boom before the 08 and 09, the community was worried about where we were going, how fast we were growing, where we were going to go, what we were going to do, how are those kind of things going to work. There happened to be a bust. And that gave my community an opportunity to take a deep breath and say, this is what we want to do. We want to grow this direction. We want to go there. We want to do those kind of things with purpose. And I think one of the things we've forgotten in this room is that communities do understand the purpose in their community. They understand better than I will in regards to what those communities want to do. Crested Butte, Gunnison, Telluride, those communities are spending a lot of effort to figure out what they're going to do about their futures. And to superimpose a rule that says you cannot do this because some communities on the Front Range have done this doesn't seem fair. And I don't think they think it's fair. So with the way this has come about, and there's been some fiery speeches, there's been some real passion in regards to this issue. But from the western slope of Colorado, I think one of the things that I would ask of you is to think about what these communities have put into their efforts in regards to being able to deal with their futures. I know that this bill simply says, well, you can't put that one limit on it arbitrarily. But arbitrary is always in the mind of in the eye of the beholder, I would imagine. Because in communities like that, they don't have a lot of space to grow into either. There's so much federal land on the western slope that some of these communities don't have the space. And once they run out of space, what do they do then? You know, that's a long ways down the road, but it's something to consider today. And I'm proud of those communities on the western slope of Colorado. The resort Colorado is trying very hard to figure out how they're going to address this. And I don't think we're giving them credit for that. So, today, I would ask for a no vote on 1255. Thank you.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. So, my district, District 15, east side of Colorado Springs, is one of the fastest, I think it's the second fastest growing district in the state of Colorado. And I think the fastest one is just my representative south of me. So I can't imagine why we in this building think that we know more about that type of growth than the people sitting there in that place. The county commissioners have spent a lot of money and resources and time and energy trying to figure out how do we do this? What is the best way to do this? And it's not just about where to put some houses. There's so much more to this subject than just where to put some houses or how to utilize the property as it sits. And I see a lot of bills that come through here, and when the discussion happens down at the well, there's a few things that I recognize. Is whether or not that bill was actually created and discussable by the people that are sponsoring it. This is one of those bills where that's obviously not the case. There's not, even some of the things you were talking about master plan and that this is not about zoning. That's what master plan means. That's literally the definition of that is you've got a plan to do what? Or are you going to put businesses there? Or are you going to put houses there? That's zoning. That is literally zoning. This bill is about those kind of things. But when we get up and say, hey, do this, but it's not about this, it's not about this, it shows that this comes from, my opinion, comes from the governor's office and doesn't come from within this body. And so now this is a control issue that's coming from the governor's office that we're trying to say, and it's not about property rights, it's about controlling local municipalities using the subject of property rights as that controlling mechanism. You can't just take a piece of property and say, okay, you get property rights says you get to do what you want with that. I'm all about property rights, but I also understand you have to have a bunch of other stuff involved. Well, that's what the county commissioners do. That's what the city council does. They make these decisions and say, how can we take what is going to cost millions of dollars to put infrastructure into this locale so that the individual property owner can do X, Y, Z. That is a master plan, that's a zoning, that's development. All of that is included within that with about 20 other things involved. This isn't just an individual property rights mentality, which again is pretty disingenuous with a lot of the conversations we have here at the well. But the idea that that can just happen, that's not a possibility. There has to be all of this other stuff that goes into it. Here's the people that need to make that decision. The people that are going to be living in that neighborhood or living beside it, the people that are going to be elected into the county commissioner seats and city council seats that are making decisions about that property in their location. They know why they're doing this stuff. There is actually legitimate reasons sometimes. This is another disingenuous part. We stand up here and talk about water rights like crazy, and then a bill like this basically says we don't even care if they get water, much less water rights.
Representative Bottoms, disingenuous implies that people are attempting to mislead, so.
I think that's true. I think there's a misleading aspect to this bill that is very strong, that says we're not going to provide this and this and this, but you can just use your property rights the way you want. That makes no sense. That's for
Representative
that's for
Bottoms,
county
I assume
commission.
you are not impugning motives or
All right.
intentions. Thank you.
Right, correct. We're tracking together. The idea that the county commissioners cannot make that decision makes no sense. That the city council can make that does not make that decision makes no sense. The fact that a state body would say, well, we're going to tell you how to do this. Even in Colorado Springs, that you just don't have the right to do that. Then when you get into these rural areas and say, I know what, I've never even been to some of those places, but I'm going to tell you how you're going to build, how you're going to use your property. That makes no sense. That is not what this body is supposed to be doing. This is the opposite of what this body is supposed to be doing. I believe strongly in local control. Let the people there make the decisions for them. Why don't we do that? Why do we think we know better, sitting in this small room, we know better than the people that are living there every single day and trying to figure out how to build this house or this strip mall or something else? How are we the ones that are deciding this? This is not the job of this body, and I strongly urge a no vote on this bill.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Esteemed colleagues, years ago, I served on the Washington County Planning and Zoning Committee to do exactly what we're talking about. Planning and zoning in our large rural county, one of the larger rural counties in Colorado. The county commissioners appointed members to that board, and those members held hearings monthly or quarterly to review proposals for development and determine if they fit into the county's master development plan, and also to make recommendations to the county commissioners after approving or not approving those on whether a project should be approved or should be denied. Now, ultimately, the county commissioners held the authority, which they should, on approving or not approving the developments. Not an unelected, appointed board. Madam Speaker, I think that's important that we understand. But this particular bill, and I would consider that, Madam Speaker, and members of this chamber, a fundamental right of counties, the 64 counties in Colorado, and those county commissioners that are elected by the people of those counties to determine their destiny. It is their fundamental right. That is our system of government. The problem with this bill, ladies and gentlemen, is this bill usurps that right. It usurps the right of counties and county commissioners and planning and zoning commissions or committees that have been working. And these counties and these leaders elected by their people are answering to the will of the people. That's constitutional. So when a higher authority usurps the will of the people, I call it a constitutional crisis. It can happen at the federal level. It can happen at the state level. But should it? Should we allow it? Should we promote it? Should we run bills that do it? I say no, Madam Speaker. I say no. Now, I've been coming up here for 4 years, and you always hear me say one size doesn't fit all. One glove doesn't fit every hand. One boot doesn't fit every foot, because they're all different. We understand Colorado is growing. That's a crisis in and of itself. The governor has declared it. And he's ran several bills and is promoting several others to infringe on local control, to usurp that right of the 64 counties in Colorado. Now, in my district, nobody wants that. Not one of my counties wants that state control and the heavy hand of state government coming down and pressing on their rights. Their right to determine what their county should look like. I don't know if the bill sponsors have thought this in that way, but I think they need to think about that. We all need to think about that, because it's a constitutional crisis. Now, I have a county, Morgan County, that is the fastest growing county in my district, and they're working through their challenges as well. But it is their right, it is the Morgan County Commissioner's right, and the right of that county to figure out how they're going to grow, what that's going to look like. Will it be horizontal? Will it be vertical? Do they have the resources to support that growth? And what will those cost? I remember when I served on the Planning and Zoning Committee, Madam Speaker, that one of the biggest things that we had to analyze were the services that supported the growth. And who was going to pay for those? Who runs the water lines and the water mains to this new area? And who pays for that? Who runs the sewer lines coming out of the area? And how's that going to fit in the existing infrastructure? Now, another one that several people in this chamber aren't going to like to hear. Who runs the natural gas heating lines that support those homes so they can be heated in the winter? Because natural gas is more affordable than electricity. And yes, for those of us that have to pay our bills every month, those energy bills come right off the top, along with your mortgage and your health insurance, right off the top. Because you gotta heat your home in the winter, particularly after the winter we've had, Colorado. We had a tough one. Now, here's what I'm worried about. Here's the other side of the coin, my esteemed colleagues. You do something like this, and then these big developers roll in. They got deep pockets. They're not even from this state, a lot of them. They're from out of state. They're going to roll in with their big money, and they're going to roll into a community that they're going to put a target on. You know, like a scope. I like to shoot. There's a scope, and it's got the crosshairs in the circle. It's going to be right over the top of a certain area. That's right. They're going to dial in and sight in, but the crosshair is right on this one spot. And here it comes. Big development. And the counties, because of this type of legislation, this big government overreach, are not going to be able to do a thing about it. And if some of you have these homes, see a 15 or 20 story skyscraper, big residential area. In fact, I think we should build them right there on the west side of Boulder. Maybe that ought to be the target area. Right there on the west side of town, go up 20 stories and put a bunch of homes in there. But what would you all think from Boulder County when all of a sudden you can't see your beautiful view? With this type of legislation, you take that away from Boulder County. It says, no, we don't want that. Our citizens don't want that. We want to see that beautiful mountain there that defines us, that little, whatever they call that rock there that everyone likes to climb all over. I've been up there a time or two. You see, shoes on the other foot now. And you wouldn't like it. You wouldn't have it. But maybe you have enough political influence to never have to deal with that. But there's some communities and there's some counties that will not have that. And they will be forced to do what they don't want to do. And that is the problem, Madam Speaker. Nobody wants that. I don't want that. My district doesn't want that.
Representative Holtorf, you have 1 minute remaining.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't think I need to use that 1 minute. I think I've made my point very clearly with the problem with this type of legislation. And I think there's another one coming down the tube that's very similar to this, that does the exact same thing. And we will have just as strong an objection to that as we stand up, some of us in this chamber stand up for local government every time. We don't pick which side of the fence we want to get on, if it suits us or not. We're always behind local government, standing strong and not wavering for political reasons.
Representative Luck. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1255 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Herod is excused. Please close the machine. With 38 aye, 25 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1255 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1277.
House Bill 1277 by Representatives Marshall and Taggart, also Senators Colker and Smallwood, concerning the filing of income tax returns by business entities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1277 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1277 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Leader, please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1277, wait for it. House Bill 1277 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1223.
House Bill 1223 by Representatives Bacon and English, also Senator Fields, concerning the creation of a task force to establish shared guidance for entities to utilize in prioritizing grant money to achieve maximum impact to reduce negative outcomes for youth and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1223 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Luck.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to note a conversation I had about 10 years ago when I was appointed to serve on the board of Communities That Care in my county. I had actually come up here to Denver for a training, for a conference day, and was connected with a variety of folks who had been working in that space of trying to provide proper supports for youth in our communities for years. And it was a joke amongst the veterans that about every 10 years a new program comes out from the state legislature. And it is designed in order to address basically the same topics, the same issues. Rarely does it stop the programs of the past, even though it is, in essence, saying that the programs of the past aren't working. And often it provides a great deal of confusion within the groups that are already working in this area. Dollars go, people then start to fight over territory. There's a sense of, well, you've been in existence longer, and so you should have been doing this better, so we're the new kid and we're gonna figure it out. And then others say, well, we've been doing this longer, we know what is going on, and you should listen to us. And there is this war that takes place. And it was being discussed because Communities That Care was that new kid on the block who thought that they knew what the solution was going to be. And I sat through a variety of meetings in my home district, and we were able to identify goals, objectives, and guidelines for how the government agencies and community-based agencies could have the maximum impact in reducing things like youth violence, suicide, and delinquency risk factors. That was our very purpose. And so I just rise and make the point that as we continue to try and grapple with these issues, that we look back historically, we look at what is already on scene and make sure that we're not creating tensions and frustrations within the community because we're creating new programs that compete with them or that somehow tell those who are working so hard and so diligently to come up with the things that this bill is talking about coming up with, that their work doesn't matter or that it hasn't been good enough. And so I will be a no on this. I do believe that there are relevant conversations that need to be had, but I also believe that there are already entities having those conversations and we should honor them. Thank you.
Assistant Majority Leader Bacon.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you for our colleague for bringing up some of these concerns. I will say that I too have been a part of an organization having to figure out similar things, and part of the reason we brought this bill was so that their voices are actually included with the agency. I think part of the confusion that nonprofits face is having to navigate multiple agencies because the agencies don't talk to each other to make things a little bit more streamlined, nor do they take the feedback of often of the grantees to understand what the grantee experience is like. And so having spent time with different nonprofits and agencies and also receiving feedback from committee, we added amendments to be sure that this bill includes organizations from across the state, including our rural communities. We really urge a yes vote to put ourselves in a position to be able to finally better address those issues and to be clear and to move, if you will, some government spaces, places, and tactics out of the way so that we can do great work. So we really hope that you support this bill.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1223 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 18 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1223 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1258.
House Bill 1258 by Representatives Charbini and Garcia, also Senator Cutter, concerning creating a task force to study the costs associated with drug crimes and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1258 on third reading, final passage.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think we could probably save whatever money on this bill by just recognizing that it has a predetermined outcome, which we can find in the bill summary of evaluating the cost associated with enforcement, consider the determining cost, determine the costs incurred. So we're talking about cost, determine local government costs, state and local government costs, and then we say, make recommendations as to the General Assembly regarding how much money is saved by reducing drug crimes or sentencing for drug crimes that could be spent to reduce substance. So I think the bill sponsors could just come out and just say what they want, because it's pretty apparent that this bill has a predetermined conclusion. I don't know that it includes all the unanticipated action. I mean, there is definitely the cost to the war on drugs, and we would all like to see that cost mitigated and gone away. But we don't really also know what the cost will be as far as if we stop and we stop dissuading these things. Then what is the human toll? What is the budgetary toll? What happens then? It's easy to look at it and just say, well, I mean, there are reasons that we went down this path. You could look at the opium wars. You could look at the different things throughout history, where throughout history, drugs have been used to destabilize and overthrow a country. So that's an important thing to look at strategically. But it is unfortunate that what we call this war on drugs has a cost. It has detrimental. It has negative consequences. We'd like to see that all go away, especially on the individuals. But there are individuals that are saved from going down a very self-destructive path by this war on drugs. So neither for or against, but I think it's pretty clear that the bill has a predetermined outcome as to what its determinations will be. That will be that we'll save a ton of money by reducing sentences, and maybe that's true, but it shouldn't be the starting point of the study. So I think just by the wording, I would want it to be relooked, because I don't think this is going to be an even-handed study. And then because of what would be the confirmation bias that seems to be built in here, then the results of the results of the study will be suspect, and then we'll go into a different level of debate. So I think probably this needs to be restructured. So I'll recommend a no on that, but that's it. Thanks.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to remind my colleagues that we got a really good amendment on this as we were doing work on the floor. Both the majority leadership and the minority leadership and the bill's sponsors were interacting in a very productive and positive way. And to the bill sponsors, my hat's off to you, as we say where I'm from. I tip my hat to you. So let's not forget that as we vote. But there are a lot of things that we know affect society. I won't spend a lot about it. There are costs with this conundrum. Cost to youth, cost to society, cost to productivity, cost to our communities. And this problem's not going away. And so we have to address it. And I think the task force will help try to find that pathway forward. I don't know if there's any preconceived outcome. I don't think that's the intent of the bill sponsors. I don't believe they would do something like that. I hope I'm right in making that claim, because we're looking for solutions in this space. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1258 on third reading final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1258 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1290.
House Bill 1290 by Representatives McCluskey and Sirota, also Senators Moreno and Fields, concerning the referral of a ballot issue related to the underestimation of revenue from the taxes on products that contain nicotine in a required notice to voters and in connection therewith, referring a ballot issue to the voters to allow the state to retain and spend state revenues that would otherwise need to be refunded for exceeding the estimate in the ballot information booklet analysis for Proposition EE, and to allow the state to maintain the tax rates on cigarettes, tobacco products, and nicotine products established in Proposition EE that would otherwise need to be decreased.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1290 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1290 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 42 aye, 21 no, 2 excused, House Bill 1290 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1057.
House Bill 1057 by Representatives McCormick and Vigil, also Senator Hawkins Lewis, concerning a requirement that certain public buildings have restrooms with amenities for all genders and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1057 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1057 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1057 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 149.
Senate Bill 149 by Senators Coleman and Exum, also Representative Bacon, concerning the creation of a program to provide higher education financial assistance to students who perform youth mentorship and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 149 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 149 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives DeGraff, Froelich, and Holtorf. Please close the machine. With 47 ayes, 16 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 149 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 187.
Senate Bill 187 by Senators Winter F. and Rodriguez, also Representatives Froelich and Bacon, concerning fees paid to the Public Utilities Commission by operators of transportation services in the state and in connection therewith, requiring the Public Utilities Commission to establish fees administratively.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 187 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 187 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Hamrick. Representative Hamrick, please vote. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 187 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1069.
House Bill 1069 by Representatives McCormick and Amable, also Senator Cutter, concerning the creation of the Biochar and Oil and Gas Well Plugging Working Advisory Group to make recommendations for the development of a pilot program to study the use of biochar in the plugging of oil and gas wells and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1069 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1069 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 44 aye, 19 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1069 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 49.
Senate Bill 49 by Senators Zenzinger and Van Winkle, also Representatives Snyder and Bockenfeld, concerning the registration exemption for special mobile machinery and in connection therewith, eliminating the requirement that an owner of such machinery regularly have at least 1,000 items of such machinery in the state to obtain a registration exempt certificate for the machinery and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 49 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 49 on third reading and final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Evans, Leader, Luck. Please close the machine. With 63 ayes, 0 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 49 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 175.
Senate Bill 175 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Rich, also Representatives Basenecker and Taggart, concerning the use of tax increment financing by downtown development authorities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 175 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Bockenfeld.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's an honor to serve with you.
And an honor to serve with you.
Members, I'm going to ask for a no vote on Senate Bill 175. I'm sorry, 175. This bill sets up the wrong power dynamic between municipalities, schools, the state, special districts. What it does is it does not allow these other government entities that property taxes are being deferred from to have a seat at the table. And there are a number of these DDAs, downtown development communities, that are established and that the counties are happy with them. But you know which ones those were? Those are the ones where the county commissioners were allowed to be at the table. And that's not the case. They can establish these, and they will establish them, without the other government entities that are giving up part of their tax base for those. And folks, you know county governments, especially today, serve a very, very important purpose, and that's delivering human services. And when you go and you develop and redevelop a particular area and you grow that area, you're also growing the workload of those county governments. And those county governments deserve, and those school districts deserve, and those fire districts deserve to have that additional revenue, or at least plan to have a coordinated percentage or something at the table when these downtown developments are negotiated. If you looked at the fiscal note, you will see today there is $677 million worth of tax revenue that's being diverted today. Now, you can do the math on this. You can take 30 years of that revenue being lost, and then you can take another 20 after that where 50% of it's lost. And what that means is over 50 years, you have 27 billion, with a B, 27 billion being diverted from our school districts, our human resources and counties, our special districts, all to the benefit of one government entity who has decided that they want to sit down and improve an area that they've neglected. And that's the issue, is they want to talk about blight. We have a long history in this state about blight and how properties get purposely blighted so that a government entity can come in and ask for tax dollars from other government entities to solve a problem that they didn't maintain themselves. This whole thing is simply not fair. Give the other government, if this is a good deal, give the other government entities a seat at the table. I ask for a no vote.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Like I said in seconds, had extensive conversations with Loveland's DDA as well as Loveland's City Council and City. Loveland speaks in support of this bill. They feel like adding a commissioner and a Thompson School Board member to that board will only enforce its decisions and empower the group as a whole. So I rise in support and ask for an aye vote.
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this bill, which shouldn't surprise you because my name's on it. I just want to clarify what my colleague that I normally agree with on most every subject, but don't agree with him on this particular subject. And let me give you 3 examples of this in Grand Junction. 2 of our most recent projects through our DDA were government land. Let me stop there and say government land that didn't have any tax revenue whatsoever. In one case, it's becoming a business park. In the second case, it's a mixed use between residential and commercial. In that particular case, it's 65 acres of development, where other governments, including our city government, would have gotten 0 property tax. In this particular case, both the county and the school districts and the other special districts will get 50% of those property taxes that occurred only because the DDA. The last example I'll give you is we have a blighted area, and I take great, how do I say this politely? For a city and a DDA to purposely blight an area is incredibly irresponsible and insulting. And we would never, ever do that. But in this particular case, we had a blighted area at the end of our west end of our Main Street, not caused by the DDA, not caused by city, rather caused by a major grocery chain store pulling out of these 10 to 12 acres of Grand Junction. And I stress it became blighted over these last 4 years. The city and the DDA of Grand Junction is putting up between 6 and 8 million on that project. Again, not only was it raw land at this point, but the old market had to be torn down. The developer is putting $60 million into that project. Again, those other districts get 50% of that $60 million. In all of those cases, and I take again exception to cities causing blight or DDAs causing blight, those entities are getting a significant amount of dollars that would not have existed. And it immediately improves the value of the property around those blighted areas that becomes blighted because of a major area becoming blighted. So they, which are not under the TIF financing whatsoever, that gain also goes to those special districts. And I'll finish by saying it's easy to look at this that it supposedly takes money away from those districts. Those districts still get their base, what the base was for those properties before the improvement. They still get that. Plus 50% of the investment that improved that area. If they didn't improve the area, those special districts could get 50% of zero. 50% of zero. Now, I wasn't the greatest in calculus, but I took a lot of it, in addition to a lot of quantitative analysis. But the last I knew, 50% of zero is still zero. So I'll finish as well by saying there are several of these DDAs that already have county and school districts on their board. That has always been available by way of those charters. This bill makes it mandatory in specific periods, but it does not change the fact that the county governments, as well as school districts, as well as other special districts, can in fact join those with a simple change of the charter and bylaws. So let's not keep saying they don't have a voice at the table. Thank you.
Representative Bachenfeld, this is your second time, and you have 5 minutes and 50 seconds remaining.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Members, how many cities do you know, from medium to a large-sized city, that doesn't have an economic development group representing their communities, especially their downtown communities? If you have an area in your community that you perceive is going to become blighted because some business moved out of it, what do? You create incentives for a business to come in and to replace it. That's what the economic development people do. You don't go over and put your hand in another governmental organization's cookie jar and take their revenue away from them. There's a lot of incentives that we offer here in the state of Colorado. You can even come to the state, and the state economic development people will help you creating incentives and to come in and fill those positions, other than allowing it to continue to be blighted, so that you have to then come in and take tax dollars. And there's one I forgot: junior colleges, counties, other special districts, schools that are backfilled by the state government. Now let's talk about this 50%. I want you to take a look at this bill. This bill says that you can set up a DDA, a downtown development area, for 30 years plus add another 20 to that. And you don't get that 50% until after 30 years. 30 years. Meanwhile, this area is being developed, and they want to tell you that they're developing residential properties, affordability. But they didn't say anytime you put someone in one of those residential properties, you also have increased human services needs. You have increased educational needs. These are the other government entities. You have increased fire district needs. These are the other government entities that they're taking money from, but allowing their downtown development area to grow so that these other government entities have to pay more and more services. You know, I agree. Loveland does say that they like, of course, downtown development areas. But you know what Loveland also did? They allowed the Larimer County Commissioners a seat at the table early on and negotiated this contract. And if you go to the clerk or the Secretary of State's website, you will see that Mesa County is in an amend position. And when you ask about what their amend position is, it's that they want a seat at the table. I don't want this to be about Loveland. I don't want this to be about Grand Junction, because it's not. It's about the whole state of Colorado. And as I said early on, when they get a seat at the table, everybody's happy. So why do you not want to make it mandatory that these other government entities have a seat at the table? If you vote no on this bill, I guarantee you the bill will be back next week and everybody will have a seat at the table and everybody will be happy. So please vote no.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 175 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 49 aye, 14 no, and 2 excused, Senate Bill 175 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1292.
House Bill 1292 by Representatives Weissman and Soper, also Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, concerning the adoption of the 2023 recommendations of the Colorado Commission on Criminal and Juvenile Justice regarding enhanced sentencing.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1292 on third reading and final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1292 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes.
No. Sorry.
Representative Garcia, you vote no?
Yes.
Is that correct?
No.
Thank you.
I vote no.
Gonzalez, Gutierrez, Holtorf, and Kipp. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 10 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1292 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1272.
House Bill 1272 by Representatives Weissman and Joseph, also Senator Fenberg, concerning tax policy that advances decarbonization and in connection therewith, extending tax credits for the purchase or lease of electric vehicles, creating tax credits for industrial facilities to implement greenhouse gas emissions reduction improvements for expenditures made in connection with geothermal energy projects for production of geothermal electricity generation, for the development of heat pump technology, for retail sales of electric bicycles, and for construction of sustainable aviation fuel production facilities, creating a temporary specific ownership tax rate reduction on a portion of the sale of electric, medium, and heavy-duty trucks, temporarily decreasing the severance tax credit for oil and gas production, requiring the revenue that is attributable to the decrease be deposited in the decarbonization tax credit administration cash fund, and creating the cash fund and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1272 on third reading, final passage.
Representative Evans.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I won't go through the whole tax analysis of this again. As you all recall, what this bill does is, on the one hand, it provides tax credits to a wide variety of electric vehicles, whether they're motor vehicles or bikes. We'll just go with a large variety of electric vehicles. And to offset some of those EV credits, on the other hand, what it does is reduces the ad valorem credit to severance tax, which basically just means that severance tax goes up for those entities and those communities that are doing things that are subject to severance tax, typically some sort of mining or extraction of materials from the earth. And so since those things are being severed from the earth, then you have that severance tax that goes into place. And that's my big concern with this for a couple of reasons. Last year, there was a House bill that said, don't mess with the severance tax. Things that involve severance tax should be revenue neutral. Well, this is raising severance tax by approximately $72 million over the next 3 years. And to me, that's not revenue neutral. And so when we have stakeholder meetings, when we sit down and we work through the policies that this body is promulgating, to me it's very concerning that how are we going to have negotiations if the very next year we're then going to go mess with those negotiations? If we said last year severance tax should remain revenue neutral, and this year we're messing with severance tax to the tune of $72 million over the course of 3 years, to me, that makes it more difficult to negotiate with stakeholders. And additionally, this directly impacts my district, which is a district that is a significant producer of energy. And as a result of being a significant energy producer, a significant percent of the funding that goes to our local schools, our local roads, our local bridges, our local communities does come from the fact that there is that severance tax credit. And so when I look at this piece of legislation, I have concerns for my district. I have concerns for future negotiations with stakeholders. And ultimately, I have concerns that a level playing field is not being protected under this legislation. Rather, government is picking winners and losers when it comes to different industries. The winners are the EV industries that will be funded on the backs of oil and gas. And that's concerning to me. It's concerning to me on a lot of different levels. And so for that reason, I cannot vote for this legislation today. Thank you.
Representative Frizzell.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in opposition of this piece of legislation for many different reasons. We had extensive testimony on both sides of this bill last Friday. And one of the things that I spent a lot of time talking about was the fact, and in fact, I made a motion to return this bill to committee, because this piece of legislation it's complicated. This is extraordinarily complicated. This bill, let's see, it's now 97 pages long. And it has had literally countless amendments at this point. I think I counted 5 in appropriations on Friday morning and 3 here on the floor later that day. We had a number of amendments in the Finance Committee. There were a number of amendments in the Energy and Environment Committee, changing dates, changing dollar amounts, creating what I termed on Friday was a shifting sands effect of the fiscal impact to the state. Let there be no mistake. I mean, we are talking about taxpayer dollars here. And my good colleague just spoke about picking winners and losers. And that's real. The fiscal impact of this bill over the next 10 years is extraordinary. But we won't pay our teachers more. We won't even give them a tax credit to buy supplies for their classroom. But we're willing to give wealthy people who can afford to buy e-bikes and electric vehicles, and businesses tax credits, all in the name of green energy, on the backs of every single citizen of this state. This is our money, folks. So, the other thing that we talked a lot about as we were debating this bill on second reading was the upstream effects, where these batteries are coming from. And my good colleague from Southeast Colorado brought an amendment that was an important amendment. And I'm hoping he'll get up and speak a little bit more about that. But that amendment essentially said, you know what, if we're going to go down this road in the state of Colorado, we're going to do it the right way. We're going to make sure that child labor is not used, that children are not being abused mining for the materials for these batteries. That seemed like a pretty straightforward thing, because it's a statement. It's a statement about who we are in Colorado. It's a statement about what's important to us here in this great state. And I was really disappointed, because I thought this is something that we can come together on. We may not be able to agree on the importance of electrifying this state. We may not be able to agree on the environmental impacts of fossil fuels. There's a lot we're not going to agree on. I get that. But I think we should at least be able to come together and agree that children in other countries should not be exploited. That those children should not be exploited so that we can electrify the state of Colorado and make ourselves feel really good about that. Where are our priorities? Really, where are our priorities, folks? There is a lot wrong with this bill. It is, I'm going to say again, this bill is not ready for prime time. It has been amended and amended and amendment. It is just, when we were debating on second readings, I'm piecing together the variety of committee reports and the amendments to those committee reports and the amendments to those amendments. So are we going to send a bill over to the other chamber so they can amend it some more? Colleagues, I ask for a no vote so that this piece of legislation can be made ready for prime time. Thank you for your time.
Representative Winter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you all for your attention. A couple of the issues I have with this bill is one of my other colleagues talked about it, is at the end of the day, this is going to pull money out of my district, and my district isn't going to benefit from this at all. If you look at the severance tax dollars, in committee when I voted no against this, I explained to the bill sponsors one of the main reasons I couldn't get behind it was it was going to take royalty taxes out of royalty payments to landowners that make money off of the production of this. And at the end of the day, in my district, with what's been happening with agriculture, what's been happening with inflation, a lot of farmers and ranchers live and die by the royalties that they make off of severance tax. It keeps these small family farm and ranches going for years to come. Happens on our ranch as well. It's got us through some of the hardest times. So that was the reason I voted, one of the main reasons I voted no in committee. Another reason I voted no is because it does effectively take tax dollars out of the bucket for fire districts, school districts, money that can be used in my county. And to the benefit of what for my district? You're not going to hop on an e-bike and travel 10 miles down a county road. Most people in my district, there isn't enough charging spaces for them even to charge electric vehicles with it. I don't even know the number in my district, but it's probably not more than a handful. So we're going to be pulling money out of my district, which this is some of the only wealth we have. It's the redistribution of wealth. We only have a few industries in rural Colorado, and this is one of them. So now we're going to pull from that tax base the little bit of wealth that we do have to fix our roads, make sure our schools are maintained, make sure the fire district's funded, and then we're going to redistribute that wealth to benefit those that live outside the district. I have two of the poorest counties in the state of Colorado in my district, and now we're going to pull more money that they can use out of their bucket to fund electric vehicles, which they don't have the infrastructure for, to buy the vehicle to get the tax credit to be able to capitalize on their own dollar? How do I go back and explain that to these folks? I'm a staunch defender of oil and gas in the first place, and now I've got to go back and tell them, well, the industry's going by the wayside based upon legislation. We've got so many years of severance tax left that we can make improvements within the district, and now they're going to take a little bit of that, and not only are they going to take that, they're going to take it and they're going to spend it on something you can't even benefit from. How do I explain that within my district to these people? I don't even know how to explain that to them, because they're getting left out. Once again, rural Colorado is getting left out. We have trouble keeping money in the bucket. Now we're going to reach in, take more money out of the bucket. We're going to spend it somewhere else. And who's going to see the benefit? Not you, rural Colorado. That's hard to go back and explain. And finally, I did. I brought an amendment here after talking to one of the legislators and I, after we gavelled out Friday night, had a really good conversation, I think a productive conversation, and some things were brought to my attention about everything that these raw materials are in our everyday lives. And I had some time to think over it this weekend. And to me, that's even more of a reason to stand up and say no. I think it is wrong, I will say again, to use Colorado taxpayer dollars to give credits on batteries that have rare earth materials mined by child slave labor, and I'll stand by that. And I explained to this individual that I brought this up in SMART Act hearings, I brought it up in committee numerous times. This isn't something new that I've talked about. I have a record of talking about this, and I thought it was important that we looked at it. Because once again, I'll say what I said Friday night. We talk about how we are paving the way in Colorado. We are passing groundbreaking legislation in Colorado. We have become an island, the quote was, in Colorado. Well, I thought this is something that we could do as well. If we were going to follow in that spirit that's talked about in this chamber. I didn't think it'd be so contentious. I really didn't. This is one of those spaces I thought we could really get together. But I learned some stuff on Friday night, and I renew my promise that I will work with folks in this chamber next year to bring legislation to try to fix some of these issues. I'm willing to sit down and do that. But I still think that was a good amendment, and I will stand by running that amendment and the reasons that I did run that amendment. At some point, whether it's a cell phone, a computer, it's a battery in a car, enough's enough, and let's let Colorado and the free market fix this. If we said no in Colorado, we could bolster companies in this state to create the technology to solve this issue. We could use the free market to stifle these countries that are taking advantage of these children. And have the business in this state and lead the way in the nation and be prosperous and say we did it first in Colorado. So for the reasons I've stated above, I urge a no vote. I urge a no vote for the kids around the world. I urge a no vote for rural Colorado. I urge a no vote for my constituents. Please help keep money in that bucket for my constituents. Because at the end of the day, as we push towards green energy, that's stopping oil and gas in my district. And now you're asking double of them. We're going to cut your blue-collar jobs. We're going to slow down your communities. And not only that, we're going to take the last few pennies in the couch and we're going to spend those too. I just think it's wrong. And I would urge you all, as once again, as I stood up here earlier, if we're talking about a Colorado for all of us, think about my constituents before you push the button. I urge a no vote. Thank you.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Madam Chair, or I'm sorry, Madam Speaker. You know, it's an interesting bill. I lost track of the number of bills that we've seen come through this chamber that give tax credits to a variety of entities, teachers, Department of Military Veterans Affairs, other businesses. By and large, they all get voted down. And they were a fraction of what this bill is, 50 to 60 million, give or take. And using a little bit of deductive reasoning and logic, if this was such a great idea, it just seems to me that the business community would be all over it to make money, because that's what business does. Small, medium, and large businesses like to make money. And if they have a good idea, they make money. In this case, we have the government picking winners and losers. In this case, the winner is the electric vehicle industry and everything that supports it. The losers are just about everyone else. In particular, the taxpayers who are sitting outside of these chambers and the rest of this state. They'll be footing the bill through tax credits instead of things that they need, which be a tax rebate. Then they could spend the money how they saw fit. I'm sure 60 million would go a fair amount across the population here in this state. yet we continue to divide and choose who's going to win and who's going to lose. I'm a fan of competition and letting that competition decide who has the better product, who has the better service, who has the better idea, and they will then become the winner. And other businesses that didn't have such a good idea would be smart to go, oh, they've got a better idea. Why don't I merge with them? Why don't I incorporate some of their attitude and their philosophies and their products and their services so I can be successful too? We're supposed to be emulating success, not tearing it down, not picking winners and losers in this bill. Businesses and people will suffer while one industry wins in this case. Again, to the tune of $50 to $60 million. That makes absolutely no sense to me. I'm sure it makes great sense if you're the business that's in that field. You're looking at this cash cow going, woohoo, I'm going to get a lot of government tax credits at the expense of the taxpayer out there and the citizens of this state. Meanwhile, teachers don't get it. Other businesses don't get it. I mean, teachers, really, people that are teaching our children, trying to get products, cannot get a lousy tax credit here, but we can give a tax credit to the EV industry. That makes zero sense to me. Not in logic, not in money, not in philosophy. I mean, heck, if you at least want to teach the kids to learn about the EV industry, we probably should be getting more tax credits to the teachers so they could talk about these things. But no, we don't do that. We just give it to the industry. An industry that arguably does not need it. If it was such a grand idea, they'd be very successful. We should be passing legislation that gives equal opportunities out there versus favoring and picking winners and losers. I urge a no vote on this bill. Thank you.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We all know, we've heard from the governor that his goal for 2030 is to have 940,000 electric vehicles on Colorado roads. So I did a little research over the weekend. There was a great study in California, and our representative from southeast part of the state had a lot to say about this. Up until now, EV purchases have largely been the province of the financially well-to-do. In California, for example, where tax credits to purchase non-ICVs have been in place for years, a study of plug-in electric vehicle purchases was conducted by researchers from the University of California, Davis. They found that 83% of these households had annual incomes above $100,000, and of the group, 46% had incomes over $150,000 per year. Do we know what the average income in Colorado is? $55,000. You know what the cost of an average electric vehicle is? $56,000. Tax credit between $2,500 and $7,500. So you tell me who's benefiting from this legislation, because it's not the poor and it's not the low income. The business of government is to collect taxes and spend them, ideally on worthy and constitutionally prescribed projects such as public education, like the good representative from Douglas County said. We haven't built a school in Douglas County since 2010. Our teachers make $16,000 less. And we have the audacity to bring a bill like this. And roads for commerce. In this instance, however, the state governments of Colorado and California seem to work like Robin Hood from an alternative universe, taking from the poor and the middle class and distributing to those in upper income tiers who can afford EVs. Let's go over that again. The average cost of electric vehicles is $56,437. The average annual income for Coloradans is $55,000. So I want you guys to tell me who this benefits. because it's not benefiting rural Colorado, and it's certainly not benefiting the low-income people in our community at the tune of $38 million. It's bad enough that state tax credits can be used for this Robin Hood in reverse, but it's arguably worse that in addition to the purchase price, the infrastructure for fueling EVs also depends on harming the most vulnerable. And I'm going to tell you, I came up here in good faith and I tried to offer an amendment for a sunset because I think if we're going to spend taxpayers' money like this that only benefit the upper class, then there should be a sunset. In 3 years, we should have to come back to the community and say what worked and what didn't work, that poor people can't afford these, and it's only benefiting the high income, and it was shot down. So I looked into another state. This approach to encourage the use of green energy and EVs in particular has been tried in several states. But apart from California, where the governor intends to ban the sale of new ICVs by 2035, none has been more aggressive than Colorado. Yet eventually the market speaks. For example, in Georgia, when the state eliminated its $5,000 tax credit for EVs in 2015, sales of EVs and similar zero-emission vehicles dropped 90%. And we're not going to sunset this in 3 years? They removed their tax credit in Georgia, and the sale of EVs dropped 90%. Are you guys paying attention? 90%. The same thing has happened in California, where EV sales unexpectedly rose thanks to government purchasing and then returned to the normal pattern of ownership later. In the short term, we're likely to see a bump in EV sales because the state government intends to stock its fleet with many EVs. And then we can go over climate change and emission. And when we have countries with billions of people and we're talking about climate change in Colorado, it just makes me laugh a little bit. Honestly, billions of people that don't care about climate change, but we're going to change the world with EVs in Colorado. When it comes to carbon dioxide, EVs do reduce the amount of CO2 emitted by vehicles, according to a study by the EPA. But one of the key claims used to justify zero-emission vehicles subsidies and mandate to replace ICVs, that they will reduce levels of criteria air pollutants, is unsupported. Although the analysis shows that zero-emission vehicles will reduce CO2 emissions relative to an equivalent number of ICVs, the reductions will have no impact on climate and hence no economic benefit. So stop using that excuse that we're saving the world, that this is so green that we're going to save the world. It's not. What makes all this research even more remarkable is the fact that the plan to mandate or otherwise underwrite green vehicles ends up producing environmental harms quite apart from the harms that come from the damage caused by the additional mining, manufacturing, transmission, and disposal needed to make green energy materially possible. To give you a glimpse, consider this. This is a great analogy. Governor Polis also wants a lot of electric cars on the road. We already talked about this, 940,000 of them to be exact by 2030. But there's a lot of environmental damage associated with that. So environmentalists, let's buckle up because we're going to talk about this. The average weight of the battery in an electric vehicle is about 1,000 pounds. It includes 30 pounds of cobalt, 25 pounds of lithium, 60 pounds of nickel, 90 pounds of copper, 110 pounds of graphite to go along with the roughly 400 pounds of aluminum and still needed to frame, protect, and secure it. It's like having plastic bags, but everything you buy at the grocery store is full of plastic, so it doesn't really help anything. For a single EV battery weighing about 1,000 pounds, nearly 200,000 pounds of earth has to be disturbed and processed. That's the environmental cost for mining the materials needed for one EV battery that supports the rich and has nothing to do with rural Colorado. The resulting total material requirement for the 940,000 EVs envisioned under our grand governor's plan amounts to 177.7 billion pounds of earth moved just to achieve the EV portion of the plan for Colorado. And all that earth moving and extracting equipment is powered by traditional fuels. Let's talk about that. All the mining comes from traditional fuels. So all the stuff used to mine, the bulldozers and all that, those are gas powered. But that doesn't matter because we're saving the earth. And even that total doesn't include the steel and plastics needed for the car bodies and their insides. And all that mining is directed to the battery needs of one average-sized state. Is that an environmentally careful policy? I urge a no vote on this bill that picks winners and losers, the rich over the poor. I urge a no vote for the safety of children in other countries. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 1272 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Bacon is excused. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, House Bill 1272 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1013.
House Bill 1013 by Representative Amabile, also Senators Fields and Rodriguez, concerning measures to regulate the use of restrictive practices on individuals in correctional facilities.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1013 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1013 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Weinberg. Please close the machine. With 48 ayes, 16 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1013 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1088.
House Bill 1088 by Representative Martinez, also Senator Henriksen, concerning a program to provide mental health services for veterans who have exhausted Federal Veterans Administration mental health benefits and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1088 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1088 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1088 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1269.
House Bill 1269 by Representatives Michelson, Janae, and Gonzalez Gutierrez, also Senators Bridges and Gardner, concerning efforts to promote clinical stabilization for youth involved in the behavioral health system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1269 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1269 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives DeGraff and Luck. Please close the machine. With 63 aye, 1 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1269 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1147.
House Bill 1147 by Representative Kipp, also Senator Winter F., concerning provisions relating to the adequate training of motor vehicle drivers and in connection therewith, creating an enterprise to educate potential drivers and reimburse third-party providers in counties for a portion of the cost of administering driver examinations, setting limits on the fees third-party providers may charge, providing translation services for driving examinations, imposing a fee on instruction permits and driver's license, and making an appropriation.
All in one breath. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1147 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1147 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 45 aye, 19 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1147 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1298.
House Bill 1298 by Representatives Sirota and Byrd, also Senators Bridges and Kirkmeyer, concerning the date upon which the Department of Public Health and Environment must begin providing reimbursements to certain public schools for costs associated with testing the lead content of drinking water.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1298 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1298 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1298 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 1300.
House Bill 1300 by Representatives Byrd and Sirota, also Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, concerning extending continuous eligibility medical coverage for certain individuals and in connection therewith, seeking federal authorization and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1300 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1300 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Bradfield, Hartsook, Kip, Winter. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, and 1 excused, House Bill 1300 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Representative Garcia, co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1017.
House Bill 1017 by Representatives Kipp and Bockenfeld, also Senators Bridges and Van Winkle, concerning improvements to the electronic sales and use tax simplification system and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1017 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1017 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1017 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 157.
Senate Bill 157 by Senators Coleman and Baisley, also Representatives Martinez and Charbini, concerning the continuation of the Offender Reentry Grant Program and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the Department of Regulatory Agency's 2022 Sunset Report.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 157 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 157 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes. Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 62 aye, 2 no, 1 excused, Senate Bill 157 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 160.
Senate Bill 160 by Senators Fields and Winter F., also Representatives Mabry and Lynch, concerning the continuation of the Community Crime Victims Grant Program and in connection therewith, implement the recommendations of the 2022 Sunset Report on the Community Crime Victims Grant Program by the Department of Regulatory Agencies.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 160 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 160 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Madam Majority Leader. Please close the machine. With 61 aye, 3 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 160 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move to lay over Senate Bill 165 until tomorrow.
Senate Bill 165 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 72.
Senate Bill 72 by Senator Rodriguez, also Representatives Epps and Soper, concerning the continuation of the Defense Council on First Appearance Grant Program and in connection therewith, implementing the recommendations in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 72 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 72 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 54 aye, 10 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 72 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 177.
Senate Bill 177 by Senators Roberts and Simpson, also Representatives McCormick and Catlin, concerning the funding of Colorado Water Conservation Board projects and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 177 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 177 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 64 ayes, 0 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 177 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to House Bill 1226.
House Bill 1226 by Representatives Soper and DeGree Kennedy, also Senators Roberts and Will, concerning the transparency requirements for hospitals and in connection therewith, creating more timely submissions of data, providing insights into transfers of cash and profits and reserves, including those leaving Colorado, reporting on all information received, reporting information by each hospital in addition to health systems, disclosing executive compensation, including compensated incentives, reporting mergers and acquisitions of hospitals and physicians, reporting investments in capital equipment and construction, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move House Bill 1226 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of House Bill 1226 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representatives Hartsook, Holtorf, Weinberg, Winter. Please close the machine. With 53 aye, 11 no, 1 excused, House Bill 1226 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 5.
Senate Bill 5 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Cutter, also Representatives Lynch and Snyder, concerning measures to expand the forestry workforce and in connection therewith, directing the Colorado State Forest Service to develop educational materials for high school students about career opportunities in forest and wildlife mitigation, creating a timber forest health and wildfire mitigation industries workforce development program to help fund internships in those industries, allocating general fund money to the Wildfire Mitigation Capacity Development Fund, authorizing the expansion and creation of forestry programs, directing the State Board for Community Colleges and Occupational Education to administer a program to recruit wildland fire prevention and mitigation educators, and making an appropriation.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 5 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 5 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 5 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 44.
Senate Bill 44 by Senators Janal and Pelton R., also Representatives McCormick and Winter, concerning updates to the Veterinary Education Loan Repayment Program.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 44 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 44 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Please close the machine. With 60 aye, 4 no, and 1 excused, Senate Bill 44 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 161.
Senate Bill 161 by Senators Fenberg and Will, also Representatives Lynch and McCluskey, concerning state funding to finance the purchase of a firefighting aircraft to respond to wildfires.
Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move Senate Bill 161 on third reading, final passage.
The motion before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 161 on third reading, final passage. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Please close the machine. With 59 aye, 5 no, 1 excuse, Senate Bill 161 is adopted. Co-sponsors. Please close the machine. Madam Majority Leader.
Madam Speaker, I move that the following bills be added to the special orders calendar at 12:39 p.m. Senate Bill 2, House Bill 1265, Senate Bill 60, Senate Bill 178, Senate Bill 208, Senate Bill 67, Senate Bill 96, Senate Bill 82, House Bill 1282, and House Bill 1086.
The bills listed by the Majority Leader will be added to the special orders calendar at 12:39 p.m. Representative Mabry. Members, you've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the House will now resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Representative Mabry will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. With your unanimous consent, the bills will be read by title unless there is a request for a bill to be read at length. Committee reports are printed in your bill folders. Floor amendments will be shown on the screen and on your iPads, and bills will be laid over upon motion of the majority leader. And members, the Cope rule is relaxed. Members, I'm going to be running a tight ship today, so if you want to speak on a bill, please be in the well. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 23002.
Senate Bill 2 by Senators Mullica and Simpson, also Representatives McCluskey and Bradfield, concerning seeking federal authorization for Medicaid reimbursement for services provided by a community health worker and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 23002, and there is no committee report.
To the bill.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to bring you Senate Bill 23002 with my co-prime, Speaker Julie McCluskey. And it's all about community health workers. And what would that be? Well, let me give you some other definitions for a public health, for a community health worker. And that person is a frontline public health worker who is a trusted member of and has a close understanding of the community that worker serves. It's a trusting relationship that enables the worker to serve as a liaison between health and social services and improve the quality and cultural competence of service delivery. Community health worker is meant to be an umbrella term for individuals who may go by many names, such as health promoters, community outreach workers. Oh, dear, I'm afraid this is Spanish and I'm not good. Health navigators and patient navigators. A large body of evidence shows that these community health workers can help improve chronic disease control, mental health, promote healthy behavior, improve patients' perceived quality of care, shrink health disparities, and reduce emergency care use, hospitalization, and health care spending. Community health workers programs can be cost-effective and offer a positive return on investment.
Speaker McCluskey.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I want to add on to what my wonderful co-prime described as our community health workers, which do include promotores de salud. Thank you so much for listing all the many names that our community health workers do go by. They help connect individuals in their communities to health services and programs. Our bill will help drive a pathway for the Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing to seek federal authorization so that CMS can provide Medicaid reimbursement for these community health workers' services. Right now, Medicaid reimbursements are not available to these individuals and these services, and it's critically important, especially in rural Colorado and smaller communities across the state where our community health workers are so important. I'm also happy to state that our bill includes an accountability measure to make sure that every year our Joint Budget Committee and our committees of reference receive a SMART Act hearing on our advancement with not only this reimbursement pathway, but also the usage of community health workers across the state. I urge an aye vote on Senate Bill 2.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 2. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 2 passes.
Thank you.
Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to House Bill 23-1265.
House Bill 1265 by Representatives Lukens and Velasco, also Senators Marchman and Will, concerning the creation of a Born to be Wild special license plate to raise funds for non-lethal means of mitigating conflict with gray wolves.
Representative Velasco.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the finance report and the appropriations report for House Bill 1265 and the bill.
Thank you, Representative Velasco. To the appropriations report.
On the appropriations report, we did have our J amendment, just because we do expect some revenue from this license plate of about $1 million.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption to the Appropriation Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the Appropriation Committee's report passes. To the Finance Committee report, Representative Velasco.
Thank you. In the finance report, we did bring an amendment to clarify some details for the Department of Natural Resources, saying that they don't have to award the grant program every year, that they can skip, and just making sure that everything was working well for them, and it was a minor amendment.
Is there any further discussion on the Finance Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Finance Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The Finance Committee report passes. To the bill. Representative Lukens.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1265 will support our ranching communities, and the revenue generated from this Born to be Wild license plate will go towards non-lethal deterrence measures as we navigate the ramifications from wolf reintroduction on the western slope. I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on House Bill 1265? Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As a Colorado rancher, I have serious concerns about the way this bill was put together. I understand why it is here, but I want members of the chamber to understand a few realities that go along with ranching. Now, I'm going to concede that I'm an Eastern Slope rancher. And for those of us that have lived in Colorado 3 or 4 decades or more, we know the differences between the West Slope and the East Slope. And ranching is distinctly different in the mountains versus in the prairie. But I will tell you, there's one thing that ranchers don't need more of, and that's more predators to take their livestock away, and more predation to cause what we call death loss in our industry, because there's plenty of things that cause death loss. The weather. Winter storms and cold weather. Snowstorms causes death loss. Out on the eastern plains, we call it coyote kill. Now in the western slope, it's going to be wolf kill. You get livestock, particularly poor little baby calves, that just get shredded, savagely killed by apex predators that want to eat. They prey on the weak, and cattle are a good source of prey for them to predate. Now, I understand that this particular bill is going to provide a license plate and provide some funding. When I talked to the bill sponsors, I wanted funding for compensation. I wanted this to be tied towards compensation as well. for loss. But there's another bill that does that. I still think that if Colorado wants the wolf, then let Colorado pay for the wolf in spades. In spades, as we say at the poker table. Now, what do I mean by that? You see, Colorado ranchers love their livestock. That's why we're cattlemen. Nothing is worse than watching your livestock be killed by apex predators. And there's an emotional cost for that. Many of you that don't understand animal husbandry or don't understand what it means to really care about an animal and have to make your living off that animal won't understand. Now, I know wolves can prey on your pets as well, but you don't have to make a living with your pets. They're just your pets. But cattle, we have to make a living on, and there is a huge investment in cattle. If you want to get in the cattle business, come sit down with me and I'll talk to you about how that happens. The hundreds and thousands of dollars you have to invest just to get the livestock. The thousands of dollars you have to invest to buy a bull so you can produce more livestock, in this case cattle. The real issue I have with this is this notion, and I've had plenty of animal rights activists in my office this session trying to talk me into their voodoo. And yes, I'm going to call it voodoo. And I'm going to explain why, Mr. Chair. I'm going to explain why. But before I get into that explanation, I want to say something. Cattlemen don't need more work to do. We don't need more work. We got enough out there. I got 100 miles to fix on my ranch alone from this winter. But now you're going to do me a favor. You're going to give me the wolf, and then you're going to give me non-lethal means to put all over my ranch so I can protect my livestock from something I wish I didn't even have to protect it from, a predator. So now I've got more work to do, and I have to pay for more labor to do it. I'm going to put these pendants out. I'm going to put these flags out. I'm going to buy me more livestock. I might buy me a burro or two. I'll put flags and pendants out all over the ranch. Takes time and money. And you know what the wolf's going to do? The wolf's going to figure it out and say, you know what? I saw that flag blowing in the wind yesterday and the day before, and as I tested it and studied it and analyzed it to determine if it was a friend or foe, if it was a threat or not, because wolves are smart, just like the coyote's smart. I don't think Representative Martinez is in here to get mad at me, but I'm going to say coyote a lot today. Oh, wait, there he is right there. They'll figure it out, folks. They're street smart, just like people in the concrete jungle are street smart. They will figure it out and say, you know what? I've figured my way around this. And they will still predate, and they will still do injury and damage to livestock, despite your best efforts. There are a few examples that were presented to me about how, yeah, you could settle those predators down because they only needed so much predation to satisfy themselves. They would only kill so many sheep or so many cattle. But then what about the wildlife? What about the outfitters in the mountains that make a living outfitting to support their ranching habits? Now our wildlife are going to get predated. So now that trophy elk that you wanted to hunt, or that deer, or that moose, guess what? Not going to be there. Because the wolf is going to kill it. Who's going to pay for that? Are we going to put non-lethal means out for that? Nope, that's not in the bill. And from what I understand, the wolf will do more damage to the moose than any other wildlife species. After they've worked on the wildlife, then they're going to work on the cattle, or maybe both. Depends on their flavor. And what's easiest to get to. And what's convenient. So, I understand we're going to sell these and promote the wolf, and I'll tell you, every rancher in Colorado that sees one of those is going to just cringe and loathe that license plate because they know what that means. It's even been stated that if you go up to the high country and buy these license plates, don't go to a country bar because you might have 4 flat tires before you ever try to go home. Now, it's mere speculation, but I tell you what, that's the kind of sentiment that's out there. You need to understand it as we go ahead and promote, oh, this wolf is so great. It's so beautiful. This has been going on a long time. And I have some serious objections as we try to promote this beautiful, majestic animal, the wolf, the gray wolf, that's so gorgeous, howls in the night, looks great on a calendar, maybe on a poster, maybe you tattooed it to your arm, I don't know, because you love that critter so much. But I'll tell you what, out in ranch country, these things are not welcome. They are not wanted, they are not welcome, and they actually do incredible harm. Let's not talk about what happened in Jackson County last year, Don Gittelson's ranch. And trying to stay up, let's hire more cowboys. We can't get enough cowboys already, but let's try to hire some more ranch hands and cowboys to ride through those things day and night to keep the wolf away in the middle of winter when it's 10 degrees out. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that's not going to happen. Not for very long. Because the hardiness of these kind of people that do this is waning in our society. I cannot overstate my objection to promote this Born to be Wild special license plate as it's going to somehow solve the problems that Colorado ranchers are going to face when the wolf does get fully established in Colorado in large numbers. And I think the bill sponsors understand what this means in their districts from the Western Slope. So I have strong objections, these non-lethal means, as if there's some Valhalla, there's some great solution, some grand gift you're going to give Colorado ranchers to protect their cattle, because it will not amount to that. And that's one of the reasons I'm going to be a strong no. And I don't really think this says there's a cash fund, $500,000. I don't know how many of these will sell, but between $500,000 and $700,000 on this fiscal note. $1 million of revenue. I'd like the bill sponsors to explain to me how much of that really is going to go to these non-lethal methods, and then who's going to put all this stuff out? Is it going to be in a care package to the rancher that shows up and says, here you go, have fun with all this, the instructions are in the box? And they look around and say, thanks a lot, now I got more work to do. So I'm a no on this bill. It's not going to solve the problems at hand. It's a feel-good bill to satisfy those that have this great affinity and affection for the wolf. That's going to cause severe and significant damage to Colorado ranchers and may even cause many of them to leave. Some of them are already leaving, but this might cause more ranchers to leave the great state of Colorado, a state that was built on ranching. Our legacy, our history is built on that. And I'll tell you, if you see a wolf in my country, it's not going to be a good day for the wolf.
Representative Weinberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Fellow colleagues, I rise in support of this bill. I heard this in committee. I voted yes in committee. I disagree with my colleague, as much as I like him dearly. I think this is going to help with a problem that is severely an issue. The original bill that got passed and is now into legislation, we're not here undoing that. Nobody's undoing that, but this is a way to step in and fix what was done. So I rise in support. I truly hope that we can come together on this one. This is going to bring revenue into the state. As a fiscal conservative, I stand in support, and I thank the bill sponsors for what they're doing. Thank you.
Is there any Representative Soper?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and it's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
Members, I also rise in support of this bill, although I am still waiting to hear back from Steppenwolf on the copyright issues. That's a joke. But I will say it is a innovative way to be able to help raise funds from those Coloradans who are in support of wolves, to be able then to move those resources over to our ranchers to help mitigate the impacts of wolves, and to our sportsmen to help mitigate the impacts of wolves. Because wolves are coming, we know that from the ballot measure, but being able to also help our farmers and ranchers protect their livestock is also important. I have more cattle that I represent than people, and so that's why this bill is important. I certainly hope it raises more funds than are listed in the fiscal note, because I actually believe it's going to cost a whole lot more to really fortify some of our ranches that are on the interface with the wilderness, more than the funds that are outlined here. I mean, we're talking 1.2 million, which is really a drop in the bucket of what it's going to take to be able to help protect herds. But it's at least a step in the right direction. So I also would ask for a yes vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 23-1265. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say nay. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 60 until tomorrow.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senate Bill 60 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader until tomorrow. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title of Senate Bill 178.
Senate Bill 178 by Senators Hawkes, Lewis, and Will, also Representatives McCormick and Lindsay, concerning removing barriers to waterwise landscaping in common interest communities.
Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 23-178 and the Transportation Housing Local Government Committee report.
To the committee report.
The committee report, in the committee, we amended the language to make sure that it was clear in the bill that this new policy applies only to single-family detached homes, and I ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion on the committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Transportation, Housing, and Local Government Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill addresses a couple of different problems. We all know we've been in a mega drought for about 2 decades, and we have to find every way possible to utilize water more efficiently, especially in outdoor spaces. And we are also losing biodiversity in our communities and seeing a decline in important insects and pollinators. And we have many homeowners across our state that want to and can be part of solutions to these problems, but are finding themselves blocked or discouraged from doing so by some barriers in their HOA rules. And this bill helps to address those barriers. What happens is, in current law, low water landscaping in HOAs can happen, but the barriers can be from a lack of guidance on aesthetic powers that people, what they can or can't plant. And many of these HOAs we know are run by volunteers. And so homeowners want to use their own labor, they want to pay for it with their own money on their own property, and we just want to make it easier and more transparent for them to do that. This policy will not cost the state nor any local government nor any HOA any money. The main plank of the bill requires HOAs to choose at least 3 pre-planned water-wise landscape designs that have drought-tolerant plants that will be pre-approved for the residents to use in their front yards that they own and maintain. And this way, they won't have to come up with their own designs, and there are many great designs for these HOAs to choose from. The approach will reduce water consumption, where we really shouldn't be continuing to use this precious natural resource. It will lead to a balanced approach for communities to promote both aesthetics and environmental sustainability. We here in the West have been over-conditioned to believing that a large green grass lawn equals beauty, and maybe it does, but we actually have a different sense of beauty here in the West with our drought-tolerant, beautiful perennials. And it's important for us to open up avenues to have more yards like that. So I urge an aye vote on this bill. It's something that people across our state are kind of looking for assistance in this way, and I hope you all can get behind it.
Representative Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Colleagues, each and every one of us as individuals should accept who we are and embrace who we are, and we also need to do this as the state of Colorado. We are a semi-arid climate. We need to preserve our water resources, and this bill helps us do just that. With 60% of Coloradans living in HOAs, this is a perfect way to allow people who are ready to move into is there escaping space, less lawn, the ability to do so. And as Rep. McCormick went over, there are many reasons to do that, and this is a great bill. Please vote yes.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is another unnecessary bill. Most HOAs are already doing things like this. And here's here's a personal point I have is I didn't want an HOA to control my property, so I didn't buy a house in an HOA. There are options there. Like I said, many communities are already doing this. Many HOAs are already doing similar things. The reason most people move to an HOA is to maintain property values and maintain a certain look. This says that if you want to move to an HOA, the state knows better, again, and that HOA should not have control over its neighborhood. And the community that leads and decides how that HOA is run and what their rules are should be overseen by the state. Again, no local control. So I would ask that you vote no on this bill.
Representative Tatone.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as someone who's lived in an HOA since I've been in Colorado, I support this bill. And this gives people in HOAs more freedom to have more ability to do what they want in their yard, in their front yard, in their backyard, to be conscious about saving water. This is a big use of water that we have in the state is for lawns, and this will help to reduce that. And HOAs are not opposed to this. We're giving them very set options in this bill, so it's not like it's a free-for-all. There's still aesthetic guidelines, but there's still some freedom to do more with your own home than you can before. So I urge a yes on this bill.
Representative DeGraff.
It's interesting to me when people are opposed to HOAs and then we impose one at the state level. So we are a semi-arid and water limited. So one thing we should probably do is not try to cram as many people into Colorado as possible and recognize that there is a carrying
Representative
capacity.
DeGraff, I'll ask you to speak to the bill, please.
Seemed I was talking to the bill, but okay.
That was not to the bill.
We are the bill sponsor mentioned that we are semi-arid and water limited, and we have to do something about that. And we are, once again, as a legislative body full of good intentions and good ideas, we are imposing legislation, we're making laws that will be enforced. And to a contrary, an association shall not prohibit any of the following: use of xeriscape, non-vegetative turf grass. Okay, that sounds pretty good. Some of the reasons that these HOAs limit these is because these xeriscapes get wildly out of control. And they become, some of them look really nice. A lot of them look really nice. At least when they're installed, they look great. There's one just up the street from my being installed, and a full 50-yard dumpster is being carried away of topsoil. So that's kind of an interesting use of our non-vegetative turf grass in the backyard of a unit owner's property. Not unreasonably reasonably requiring the use of hardscape of more than 20% of landscaping in a unit area of the owner's property. That's kind of good, that we're not stepping in and saying that if you want to get credit for any xeriscaping that you have to use 20%. But here's one that kind of, what we're going to do as a state level, we are going to require that HOAs, because this would be some more of that like anti-growth, morally worded legislation, but this is not prohibit vegetable gardens in the front, back, or side yard of a unit owner's property as used in this subsection. Vegetable garden means a plot of ground or an elevated soil bed in which pollinator plants, flowers, or vegetables, or herbs, fruits, leafy greens, or other edible plants are cultivated. Probably smokable too. For the purpose of this subsection, each shall select at least 3 planned water-wise garden designs that are pre-approved for installation in front yards within the common interest of the community. So that's not part of the vegetable garden. Now there are some vegetable gardens that look nice, the elevated beds, and there are some that look really, really bad. And that's why HOAs tend to limit them, because HOAs are to have some level of standardization about that's the whole purpose of them, that you have some level of standardization about the area of your housing development. So these housing developments, in conjunction with the zoning, which now the state is taking over, so we can have the centralized campaign donations.
Representative DeGraff,
Yes,
do not
sir.
impugn the motives of members of this chamber, and please stick to this bill.
Okay, well, that was just a fact. That's not a slander. But
Campaign donations, that was impugning the motives of members of this chamber. And that sort of speak will not be tolerated. Please stick to the bill.
Okay, the bottom line is, this is a state HOA. This bill is a state HOA that is being imposed at the state level to be enforced, not by HOA rules, but by law enforcement, because we're talking about laws. Law enforcement will enforce these laws of the state HOA. It's a great intention. I get it. If I could remove anything, it would be the vegetable gardens, because that is going to lead to a lot of overgrown neighborhoods, and so it's not a bad idea on the bill, but I would recommend a no vote at this point, and we have an actual little bit of discussion on it.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I'm coming in strong on the side of Zeroscape. Because I will tell you, we need, and this is, you're kind of caught between two different perspectives, but we need to promote in this state more semi-arid landscaping, desert-type landscaping. Now, Mr. Chair, I'm not going to mention that the Colorado Farm Bureau supports this. And I've been a member for over 20 years. I'm not going to mention that. And I'm not going to mention that the bill sponsors are trying really hard to close the rural-urban connection, connecting the rural-urban divide. I may not have said that quite right, but what I do want to say, and I don't think necessarily the state should tell HOAs what to do and how to do it, but I think everything we can do to promote this type of landscaping. We have got to get away from this high water demand urban greenification. I don't know if I made that word up, Mr. Chair. Greenification, is that a real word? Greenification? It's green. Now here's my problem, and I love to golf, but I heard a report that out in my district, or on the edge of my district, they're going to build 6 18-hole golf courses near Prospect Valley. Now, I don't know if Representative Evans is in here. It might be in his district and my district. But golf courses take an enormous amount of water. Enormous amount of water. At a time when Colorado is running out of water, how do we support that? Well, I think golf courses need to also do xeriscaping. Water-wise landscaping is another way to say it. We've got to get smarter with water. I think this bill is trying to move in that direction, particularly with the drought-tolerant vegetative landscapes that don't take a lot of water. And guess what? Guess what, urban Colorado? It may not be green year-round. It may have to turn and look a lot like where I come from. Now, for you folks that were out there on the ag tour last summer, you saw a little bit of green. But I will tell you, that's only 3 to 4 months out of the year. Because the rest of the time, I don't see Representative Martinez in here, but there's a color, and it's called coyote tan. It's a real color. It's a certain color that looks like the pasture and the prairie that we have in eastern Colorado 7 to 8 months out of the year. You don't get green where I'm from, except in the summer months between late April and usually into July, and then the heat of the summer takes everything, unless it's irrigated agriculture, into a dormant, dry state. And Colorado needs to understand that so we can preserve our water. Oh, I see. I see. Well, thank you, good sir, for coming down. And but one of the things I want Colorado to understand, both urban and suburban, is I really think the days of having a beautiful green yard for 12 months out of the year are over. Maybe even 6 months out of the year are over. The water requirements are excessive. And I have selfish reasons for talking like this, because every time urban Colorado and suburban Colorado grows and builds and plants more grass, they take water away from agriculture. We call it the buy and dry. They come out and they start looking for ag land that's got water rights. They buy it. They sever the water from the ag land. They turn the land into something other than a farm. And that farm is lost forever. You never get it back, Colorado. It is gone. and those farm families disappear. In some cases, multi-generational farm families just go by the wayside. And then the water gets diverted back to municipal use. And that troubles me as a rural legislator trying to represent the farming and ranching families that are so well represented by the Colorado Farm Bureau. So, I want us to support water-wise landscaping as much as possible. And I want everybody to understand what is the cost of not moving in this direction very rapidly all across this state. Because it's not going to get better, it's only going to get worse. Thank you for your time and attention. I understand that there may be an amendment coming. I don't know if it's been shared with my colleagues over here. Okay, I'm going to step down now. I thought something magical was about ready to happen, but I don't believe something magical is going to happen at this moment in time.
Representative Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I understand my colleagues' concern for conserving water and how we make our water, our communities more water conscious. And that is something I've worked on myself in my own community. The issue with this, I think, though, is the fact that it's becoming a state-mandated issue. If this was a bill that offered these HOAs something to help them move that along versus saying, hey, this is what you're going to give, then this would make more sense. But instead, and like my earlier colleague said, instead this is creating the state HOA. The ability to just dictate what your local HOA does. And it doesn't take into consideration any of the other reasons you might be in an HOA. It doesn't take into consideration of how to control the look and feel of your HOA to maintain your property values. So, again, I would ask for a no vote on this, and the state does not need to get involved in running HOAs. It's just a lost cause. So, with that, I'll ask for a recess. Do we have an amendment coming?
Representative Wilson, do you have any further discussion on the bill?
No, I do not.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 178. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The Senate Bill 178 passes. Mr. Schiebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 23208.
Senate Bill 208 by Senators Janal and Pelton B., also Representative Epps, concerning modifications to certain tax statutes to correct defective cross-references.
Representative Epps.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, it is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
I move SB 23208. There is no committee report.
Okay. To the bill.
So, colleagues, members, SB 208 comes to us from the Department of Revenue, makes non-substantive corrections, 3 of them in our tax statutes, passed from our Statutory Revision Committee unanimously, same at Finance, and I'd ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 208. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Senate Bill 208 passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over Senate Bill 67 until tomorrow.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, Senate Bill 67 will be laid over as requested by the Majority Leader until tomorrow. Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 196.
Senate Bill 196 by Senator Winter F., also Representatives Young and Ricks, concerning an extension of the income tax credit for retrofitting a residence to increase the residence's visitability.
Representative Young.
It is an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you, Representative Young.
I move Senate Bill 196. There is no committee report.
Okay, to the bill. Representative Young.
The goal of this program is to keep older Coloradans and individuals with disabilities in their homes and out of institutional settings by making their homes more accessible. We know access to these credits is increasingly important as older Coloradans want to age in place. As the demographer has told us, beginning this year, we have more adults over the age of 65 than youth under the age of 18. And we have the second fastest growing state of senior population. This tax credit is for anyone with an illness, impairment, or disability and a modest income. The program can apply to things like ramps, widening doors, installing grab bars, improving lighting, replacing a tub with a roll-in or step-in shower, installing accessible sinks and toilets, replacing faucets and doorknobs with lever handles, and flooring. And it does things besides improving the bathroom. So these tax credits have a renewed interest. This last month we had 26 applicants, 25 whose applications are moving forward. I urge and I vote.
Representative Ricks.
Thank you, Representative. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill, members, is very important for people here in Colorado. As we said, there is a huge aging population that continues to grow. And in addition to this, this helps people to stay in their homes. With our looming housing crisis, we really want to make sure that people are staying and aging in place and that they're able to modify the homes to accommodate them. These tax credits can be done up to $5,000? Yeah, up to $5,000, and we have had more and more interest of people coming into this program. There is a new worksheet on the Department of Local Affairs website that allows you to do like a quick worksheet to see if you qualify. So we urge and I vote on this.
Representative Ortiz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
It's a great bill, folks. I just really appreciate the work of the bill sponsors in bringing this bill forward. I personally know how expensive it can be to modify your place of living to make sure that it's accessible. And I will say it's a great start. You know, thank you to Representative Ricks and Representative Young. The Youngs have always been champions for disability rights, so thank you for continuing that work. But that's all this is, folks, is a start. Because if we're talking about renovating my home, it costs $25K to renovate, to make it accessible. This is a Band-Aid for housing accessibility. We have to do more, but we'll take it. This is so important. This is an important piece of the puzzle. This is only a start. I urge and I vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the passage of Senate Bill 196. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed saying no. The ayes have it. The bill passes. Representative, Mr. Shebel, please read the title to Senate Bill 2382.
Senate Bill 82 by Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, also Representatives Amabile and Michelson Janae, concerning creation of the Colorado Fostering Success Voucher Program to assist foster youth and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Senate Bill 82 and the appropriation. Just the bill. I'd like to move Senate Bill 82.
To the bill.
Thank you. You go.
Representative Michelson Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's an honor to serve with you.
It's an honor to serve with you.
This bill is about supporting foster youth who are struggling on the brink of homelessness. When we are dealing with foster youth in Colorado, we must remember that they have no other parents and that we are in de facto their parents. So how would we help our children struggling on the brink of homelessness? That's the question I wish to ask you today. Senate Bill 82 is the answer to that question and provides vouchers for our youth who are on the brink of homelessness, our foster youth who are on the brink of homelessness.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So in addition to the voucher, the proposal here is that they will also have a case manager assigned to them who will help them navigate the systems that are out there and available to them, the mental health care systems, getting on Medicaid, doing all the things you have to do when you become an adult, but maybe for a lot of these voucher kids, a lot of these foster kids, they don't have any parents that can help them navigate that. They have no family. They have no support. So in addition to the vouchers, we're going to surround these kids with support, and then we're going to help them to succeed. And we have a huge amount of data that says our foster kids are failing in Colorado. They're not graduating from high school. They're not going to college. They have substance use disorder. They have mental health disorders. They need help. And that's what this bill is about. And I urge a yes vote.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We heard this bill in the Public Health Committee. We listened to testimony about the bill. A couple things that came up. It's about a $3 million price tag for this voucher program. Growing government incrementally. And I had some objections, and I shared them in committee. When people turn 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, even 26, guess what, Colorado? You're not a kid anymore. You're an adult. An adult. I'm not going to call adults that are old enough to get drafted into the military, old enough to go to basic training and defend the Constitution of the United States of America, a kid. Just not going to do it. You see, Colorado needs to grow up, and so do a lot of these people we call kids when they're 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25. I'm about out of breath just getting to 26. You're not a kid. Now, I understand the foster community has some very unique conditions. But when kids turn 18, oftentimes, and like I told my kids, you get three choices. First, you need to pack your suitcase because you're an adult now. You either go to work, join the military, or go off and get some discount knowledge at a junior college or to a university and spend a bunch of bucks to go get the big education. But you're going to do something other than hang around the house because it's time to grow up and be an adult. And that includes the foster kids. Now, I understand that foster kids have unique challenges, but if our foster families can't get a kid to 18 years old and get them ready for life, then what are they doing? If they can't do that, fire them. Get other people to do the job. Because the foster system has failed that young adult when they turn 18 and it's time to launch and fly from the nest. Because you don't get to stay in the nest forever. This particular bill has a lot of, extends and expands the program to 26. And so, with those terse comments, which I apologize to the bill sponsors, but I mean them, because I've been downrange. I've seen young people do some of the most amazing things in the military at 18, 19, 20, 21 years old. And I won't get into that right now. But With that, Mr. Chair, I'd like to move L001 to Senate Bill 82 and ask that it properly be displayed, and this has been presented to the bill sponsors.
Stand by. That is a proper motion. And the amendment is properly displayed. Representative Holzhorf to the amendment.
Thank you. In an attempt to try to show some level of compassion, knowing that foster kids are a special category of individuals, this particular amendment says, all right, if you need a housing program and a housing voucher because you're having trouble figuring life out, and your support structure is grossly lacking, we'll take that from 18 to 23. Now let's remember, and I'll do the cowboy math here, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23. That's 5 additional years for you to figure it out, young man or young woman, for you to figure out life and get after it. Go get a job, go do what the rest of the world has to do, and support yourself. But if for some reason you're having a little trouble with that, here's 5 years, not 8, to give you a leg up if you need it to figure it out. And I ask for a yes vote.
Representative Michelson, Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I can't so quickly dismiss kids who have had the worst of life, kids who have had the dregs of our society, who have only been able to have what we can find for them, and maybe in some instances that is a stable home. Maybe in some instances that is the supportive network that a family provides. But I'll tell you, I have 3 kids. One walked out the door at 18 years old and joined the Marine Corps. He was set and ready, and he has thrived in his life. And one moved out, was ready, was paying his mortgage or his rent, and got hit by a car. And because he got hit by a car and got a broken leg, he was unable to work. And because he was unable to work, he ran out of money. And because he ran out of money, he was about to be evicted from his apartment. So what did we do for this 20-year-old? We said, our door is open so that you can come, get to work, get back to work, when you're ready, when you're healthy, and earn that money that you need to be able to support your housing. I would have done that for my child at 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30. Because parents are able to support those children who don't have what they need to make it. And not every kid has what they need to make it. We are talking about 100 kids here. We're talking about 100 kids from our foster youth system who are not making it, who are on the brink of homelessness. And you want to say it's okay to be homeless at 23, but if you're homeless at 24, that's on you, kid. That's not how we in Colorado deal with our children. We love our children and we care for them to the nth degree. I ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 82, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L001 to Senate Bill 82. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. No. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Holzhorf.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I still have challenges calling 25-year-olds kids. I think they're adults and they need to be treated as such. We need to quit calling young adults children and kids. Even though a parent might think you're a kid in their eyes forever, these foster adults now have numerous opportunities in so many instances because of the many, many social programs we have in Colorado. It doesn't include this particular program. So with that, I'm going to offer another amendment. This is also an objection. It's a little more restrictive here, but I'm going to offer and move L002 to Senate Bill 82 and ask that it properly be displayed.
That is a proper motion, and the amendment is properly displayed to the amendment. Representative Holtorf.
Thank you. This particular amendment says, you know, we'll have the program for you. But it'll be for 2 years. And young man or young woman coming out of foster care, and we understand you've got challenges, but you also have opportunities in this country. Enormous opportunities if you're willing to roll up your sleeves and go to work. Or join the military, which opens the door for more opportunities. Or go get an education. And there are numerous programs. Let's be honest, Mr. Chair. Let's be honest about it. If you want to go to college in this country, there's so many ways you can get a college education, it's not even funny. Let's start with Pell Grants. Let's start with student loans. Let's start with scholarships. Maybe the foster care, and I think the foster care community has scholarships. There's all kinds of things out there. Opportunities, if you're willing to seize them. But I think people need to know that you're an adult now. It's time to get up and get along. So this particular bill offers the program for only 2 years. It's more restrictive, but I think it's important that young people need to know. In this life, in this country, you need to get after it. You need to get along and figure it out. Now, that might be a choice that you have to make to get away from drug use or drug misuse or drug dependency. You might have to make some hard choices in life to do the things that you need to do the right things for the right reasons, to get yourself picked up off the streets and moving forward as a productive citizen. So, I ask for an aye vote.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For all the reasons that my esteemed co-prime mentioned before, we would ask for a no vote on this.
Seeing no further discussion on Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 82, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L002 to Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment is lost. To the bill. Representative Bradfield. Representative Bradfield.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment 003 to Senate Bill 82 and have it displayed, please.
That's a proper motion, and the amendment is properly displayed to the amendment.
Oh, thank you. This amendment is quite simple. It simply goes along with the first two, but is somewhat different. And it goes to on page 4, and we will have this line, be employed or actively seeking employment, be part of Roman numeral 3, which says be currently experiencing homelessness or be at imminent risk of homelessness and have voluntarily agreed to participate in services offered and provided by a case management agency. And once again, these young people are adults, and I think as part of their case management, they need to be looking for a job or be employed. So, so they have a stake in the management of their own life, and so I ask for an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So we talked about this amendment at length. Imagine yourself, you're 18, 19, 20 years old. You're already homeless. You're living on the street. And in order to get into housing, you have to have a job, or you have to be actively looking for a job. What does that look like? Where do you go to take a shower? How do you get clean clothes? How do you show up to your interview without smelling bad? It's obviously part of what the case managers are going to do to help you, once you get into housing, to do what's right for you. And for some of these young people, it might be getting an education. For some of them, it might be getting a job. For some of them, they might have serious mental illness and not really be qualified to work. So it will be getting care, getting yourself into a situation where you can work. My son has schizoaffective disorder. There are lots of times when he really can't work. No one would hire him. People are scared of him. So what does he need? He needs treatment. So this is a bar that we could throw up that would eliminate a bunch of deserving young people who need help. And then what? Then do we say, oh, you're sick. You can't work? Get out. Go be homeless again. That doesn't strike me as being a very good idea. And so I would ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
There's a major difference between hand up and hand out. And when we don't put any kind of direction and help to this, and this amendment is a helping amendment, it helps them set the pace and the direction that they need to go. All of life includes having to get a job. So why would we say not until you turn, well, we were going to say 23, but now 26. You don't have to even think about or try to get a job until you're 26. That makes no sense. This is going to help push them forward to be able to say, okay, you're gonna get this help, you're gonna get this voucher, but just like in every single area of life, there's an accountability that unless we put parameters of enablement in there, which voting against this amendment does, it puts enablement within the conversation instead of do something as a productive person in society. So I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Hartsook.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. STEP Denver is an organization here that deals with rehabilitation. You're on drugs, you're homeless. They put you in a program. You sign that contract that you're in the program. You get counseling, get everything else. But getting a job is the key aspect of that program. And why is that? Guess what it teaches? Amazingly, it teaches self-reliance. So what do you think happens at 26? Suddenly, oh, now I can be self-reliant. I'm 26. But at 25, I can't be self-reliant. 24, I can't be self-reliant. Well, that's a bunch of garbage. Self-reliance is taught. Or, conversely, dependency is taught. So if we continue to teach dependency, then they will never, ever stand up on their own 2 feet. They will never get a job. They will never become self-motivated. And why is that? Because we took all incentive away from them to do so. we give them every ability to not do so. Step Denver is a classic situation that proves otherwise. It deals exactly what this amendment talks to. A condition to be in that group is to get a job, to stay clean and healthy, provide income, pay your rent, and turn your life around. And they go through that with counseling and everything else. That's why they call it Step Denver. They don't expect that right away. But wherever you're at, when you come into that organization, you have to get a job. Because your option is, if you don't get a job, then what are you going to do? Live on the government system forever? Are there exceptions out there that simply cannot physically, emotionally, or mentally work? Absolutely. And we need to take care of those people as a society. But when you set the bar that says you don't have to, that's not part of the program, then that's not helpful. This amendment is critical to saying you need to start working towards self-reliant. You need to start being independent. You need to start standing up. You need to start taking some self-responsibility. That's how change happens. We change things when people take responsibility for their actions. And if we don't teach that, if we don't encourage that with getting a job, then how on earth do we ever expect a change? I urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L003 to Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to move Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 082 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. The amendment is properly displayed to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to insert into this bill that the receivers of this voucher should be able to pass random drug tests within the first 6 months after receiving a voucher. I think that that gives them, the bill sponsors talk about housing first. I totally am in agreement. I think that if you feel dirty and you don't feel successful, then you can't go maybe get a job right away. But this is giving 6 months for them to be clean and sober. And you know what, for me, I have 4 children. I grew up in a very volatile environment. I have mental health disorder. I have 4 children. And guess what? Those boys need rules. They don't need to be, I can't be their friend. I am their parents. And I know these kids don't have parents, so we have to now step in and set up parameters for these kids to be successful. These kids need accountability. They need to have success in this world. How can we not demand that they're sober or they're clean so that they can go out into the workforce and be set up for success and self-reliance? If we say that 12-year-olds are capable to do it, then certainly 18 to 26-year-olds should be able to do it. I looked up some statistics. Drug use for homeless young people is higher in comparison to their house counterparts. Perfect. So we're going to solve that by giving these kids these vouchers. Previous research has estimated that 39% to 70% of homeless youth abuse drugs or alcohol. Substance use in this population has been reported as 2 to 3 times higher than that found among non-homeless young adults. Perfect. So let's give them housing. But how are you setting them up for success if you're just giving them housing? If we're going to pass bills like this, then we should legislate responsibly. We should say, okay, kids, we're going to give you case management, and we're going to help you be successful. We're going to help you get onto the workforce. We're going to help you kick drugs. But just giving them housing when they're 70% more likely to abuse drugs means now you've given them housing for them to abuse drugs. That doesn't make any sense to me. Let's help these kids be successful. You can't just give them housing and no parameters. We can't be their friends. We have to be helpful to these children to help them be successful. I really urge you guys to have a yes vote on this amendment. We've given them the housing. Now let's help them be successful. Let's help them kick whatever drugs they might be on so they can find employment, so they can get out of this cycle, so that we can cycle more kids in from the foster system that need these vouchers. And others can cycle out because they become successful grown adults. I urge a yes vote on this amendment. Thank you. Scott.
Representative Bottoms.
So in watching this over the years, thank you, Chair, by the way, in watching this over the years, trying to help many different foster kids, this is something that is bare minimum. Actually, all of these amendments we've been putting up here should be the expectation that there needs some kind of help that is going to be, it's the same concept that we talked about when we're looking at education for financial education. These should be some of the things that we're helping these young people with, is some of the structure that maybe for some reason they have not got in the foster home, or they did not get, which took them to the foster home kind of thinking. And so this is where on a societal level, we're actually trying to help them accomplish some of these things. It gives them the ability to say, okay, this is where you need to be free from drugs. That's kind of to me, this is kind of a common sense one. Why would we give vouchers to someone so that they can take drugs? We're paying for that? Is that the direction we're going? Is to pay now, enable them not just for all this other stuff, but for drug addiction? This is really counterintuitive for the direction of life and the direction that an adult has to take. So if they say, well, I would rather, and this is what it comes down to, I would rather take drugs than live in a home. Well, I guess they can make that decision. It does not make any sense. If we're saying we're going to help you get into, provide a voucher so that you can have a place to live, then I think there should be some self-developing hoops that we can encourage them to jump through so that they are working toward success within this context we call life. Not just getting into a home, but called life. And so I strongly urge an aye vote on this amendment.
Representative Michelson-Janae.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And as always, I ask that we just read the bill carefully. This involves case management, which will include help for substance use disorder treatment. Thank you. I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I agree, there's case management. So why would the case management not also include being successful in treating your drug addiction if that happens to be what it is? I mean, are we here to help these kids, or are we just here to pass a bill? Because if we're here to help these kids, we should offer that the case management would include this amendment right here. I urge a yes vote.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I don't know what the answer is here, because I think we do have to have some level of accountability on substance use, which would keep kids from being able to hold a job, and then also and then the restrictions. And speaking with the sponsors, it's been very good conversation. And in that regard, also, I'd just like to say again in what the sponsor just said, reading the bill carefully. And just the sheer number of bills that we're going through, I think, precludes that, and it creates a lot of this misunderstanding. So we're trying to get clarification here on what this bill is and what it entails, because we're very much at a catch-up position, and so that would be my advocacy, that we really need to dial back the number of bills that we do so we can have substantive discussion. But I'm in favor in general of this amendment, just because I think we have to have some accountability, but the sponsor definitely raises some good points in that regard. So I would prefer to be able to have a more in-depth discussion before we put things like this into law. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L006 to Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The amendment fails. To the bill. Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, that's frustrating, isn't it? I'm going to move Amendment L007 and ask that it be displayed.
That's a proper motion. The amendment is properly displayed. Representative Bradley to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You didn't like 6 months, I'll give you a year, and then I'm gonna cow the heck out of this bad boy. Let's talk about the benefits of getting sober or clean. Both drugs and alcohol can affect the strength of your focus as well as your long-term and short-term memory. By becoming sober, your mind will be stronger and you'll notice that your cognitive abilities start to come back. Reduce heart attack and cancer risk. Becoming sober will also help you live a longer life as a result of quitting drugs and alcohol. You'll reduce your risk of heart attack and liver problems. Heart disease and heart problems can occur from a result of hard drugs such as cocaine as well as from heavy drinking. Liver problems are also common from frequent alcohol. Look younger and lose weight. Well, who wouldn't want that? You'll sleep better. Insomnia and other sleep problems are often brought on by addiction and from alcohol consumption. But the one I'd really like to talk about, since we're talking about mental health, increased self-esteem and mental health. Imagine that. Quitting drugs and drinking will also help you improve your self-esteem. Over-drinking or getting caught up in hard drug use can ruin one's self-esteem and can make one feel worthless. When you become sober again, you may feel that your confidence in yourself starts returning and that you feel happier with yourself than you've ever felt before. It's not easy to quit a serious addiction, and pulling yourself through one can make you feel like you're on top of the world. Drug and alcohol uses can also make underlying mental health problems such as depression, anxiety, and schizophrenia worse and can intensify their symptoms. By staying sober, you'll ensure that your mind is more free and clear and that you feel as mentally healthy as possible. You'll have better relationships. Imagine that. In addition to improving how you feel about yourself, becoming sober can also help you improve your interpersonal relationships. So there's so many benefits of quitting drinking and drugs. And you're talking about kids that haven't felt loved or fit in throughout their foster care system maybe. And this is the first chance that they're going to have a new leash on life. They're going to get housing, which I agree with. But there's got to be some parameters and rules in place to give these kids the success they need. I've asked the bill sponsors. I don't think it's one way or no way. I have people that have been drug addicted in my life. I have people that struggle with mental health in my life. It's not just one person we're talking about. We all have people like that in our life. We're all trying to protect those people. Again, we have to set parameters and rules. These kids deserve that. These kids have been thrown to the wayside, but everyone that they know, thrown like garbage. We don't owe them this. We don't owe them this some parameters to ensure the success in their life. I care about these kids. I work with these kids in Douglas County. We have almost 300 homeless kids in Douglas County. And I've personally put on fundraisers for 2 years to help support these kids. So don't pretend like I just live in this great environment. There are kids suffering in my county, and these kids deserve everything we can possibly give them. So by ignoring this amendment, by ignoring this, you're not doing everything you can to help these kids. Thank you. I urge an aye vote.
Representative Amable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. These kids are going to get case management, and doing random drug testing doesn't tell you whether somebody has substance misuse disorder. And what would the consequences be? Would we then consign them to homelessness? I don't think that would be good. So I ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Again, I understand they're getting case management, but why can't they get something a little extra that would ensure long-term employment, that would keep them in housing, and again, get them out of this housing voucher program so that other kids can use it? I mean, the money didn't grow on trees, Colorado. I know people think that. It's like my kids with my debit card. Like it's an amount that just keeps coming. That's how we think around here. Let's get some of these kids clean and sober, and then maybe they'll want to move out of this voucher program housing and allow more room for the kids that really need it next year and the next year and the next year. Case management should include healthy, free of drug living. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L007 to Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. No. The amendment fails. To the bill. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 82. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The bill passes. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to lay over House Bill 1282 until tomorrow.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, House Bill 1282 will be laid over until tomorrow. Mr. Shebo, please read the title to House Bill 1086.
House Bill 1086 by Representative DeGraff, concerning enactment of the Due Process Asset Forfeiture Act.
Representative DeGraff.
I guess I better leave this down. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 23-1086, the Judiciary and Appropriation Committee reports.
To the Appropriations Committee report. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will be joining Rep. DeGraff on this bill. In the Appropriations Committee report, $22,549 was appropriated to the Department of Local Affairs. This money is being used for IT purposes to reflect the strike below that passed out of Judiciary. We asked for an aye vote.
Thank you. In the Judiciary Committee, the committee moved and voted for the strike below, which you can see in the Judiciary JUD 001. With all the different areas that civil asset forfeiture goes into, it was decided that it was too complex to get done before this session. So I did a strike below on the bill, and then just changed it to modifying for 2 points of data collection to clarify the scope of the issue. It adds a few more words to the current reporting mechanism for a civil asset forfeiture as was defined in HB 17-1313, and we ask for an aye vote.
Is there any further discussion on the Appropriations Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The Appropriations Committee report is adopted. Is there any further discussion on the Judiciary Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Judiciary Committee report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The committee report is adopted. To the bill. Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 1086 is important because within recent years, there have been numerous reported instances where law enforcement agencies took property from citizens without arresting or convicting them. They spent the profit from seized cashed homes or vehicles on their agencies. The state of Colorado passed the Civil Forfeiture Act, Reformed Act, House Bill 17-1313 on August 9, 2017, which requires state and local enforcement agencies authorized to effect civil forfeitures to biannually report, and further House Bill 2018-1020 modified certain aspect of the reporting process. So this particular bill actually just ensured that we have some extra layers when it comes to the reporting.
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. House Bill 17-1313 required state and local law enforcement agencies authorized to effect civil forfeitures to biannually report specified information, if known, about the forfeiture cases resulted in the proceeds for the agency, the amount of proceeds received from such cases, a categorization of the expenditure proceeds, the retained balance of the forfeiture proceeds. This reporting process is online with public access to the information, and there is a fine for agencies that do not report within the time required. The Act does not require law enforcement agencies to report any information that is likely to disclose the identity of a confidential source, disclose confidential investigative or prosecution material that could endanger the life or physical safety of any person, disclose the existence of confidential surveillance or investigation, or disclose techniques or procedures for law enforcement procedures, investigation, or the prosecutions. The reporting process now includes the following: expanded scope of reported assets and cases to include those forfeited pursuant to any local public nuisance law or ordinance, refined expenditure categories by adding disbursements to itemized forfeiture proceeds dispersed to other agencies belonging to a multi-jurisdictional task force, clarified the statutory reference for agencies required to report forfeiture information from a seizing agency to a reporting agency, and all reporting agencies that have received state or federal forfeiture proceeds within the applicable report period are required to submit a civil asset forfeiture report. A report is still required for each period, even if a reporting agency has not received proceeds. The biannual civil asset forfeiture reports filed pursuant to HB 171313 cover 6 months of each year and are due by June 1 and December 1 of the following applicable reporting periods.
Representative Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You've heard what is currently in the law, and right now, the Bill 1086 requires the department to provide, as part of their reporting, the estimated value of the property, the outcome of the forfeiture proceedings, including whether the property owner defaulted in their forfeiture litigation, whether the person was an innocent owner, so that would go to the disposition of the case, and how the property was forfeited. Was it through a court order, was it through a settlement?
Representative DeGraff.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. According to the Justice Department, there are 3 main justifications for civil forfeitures: punishment and deterrence, to punish and deter criminal activity by depriving criminals of property used or acquired through illegal activities; 2, enhance police cooperation, to enhance cooperation among foreign, federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies through the equitable sharing of assets recovered through the program; and 3, recover revenue for law enforcement as a byproduct to produce revenues to enhance forfeitures and strengthen law enforcement. Ultimately, this bill is important because it further reinforced the current regulations that we have to protect and promote the constitutional rights of community members to their property. This bill further ensures transparency and accountability in the forfeiture process. We ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of House Bill 23-1086. Minority Leader Lynch.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, this is when we got to be paying attention, because this bill, as it's in your packet, has a safety clause in it. However, this is where the green sheet comes in. We can see that. We can see that there is no need to amend this bill at this time to put the appropriate clause on it. So I would also encourage an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the question now before us is the adoption of House Bill 23-1086. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, I move the committee rise and report.
You've heard the motion. Seeing no objection, the committee will rise and report.
The House will come back to order. Mr. Shebel, please read the report of the Committee of the Whole.
Madam Speaker, your Committee of the Whole begs leave to report as under consideration the following touch bills being the second reading thereof and making the following recommendations thereon. House Bill 1086 is amended, 1265 is amended, passed on second reading and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. Senate Bill 282, 178 is amended, 196, 208 passed on second reading, ordered revised and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bill 1282, Senate Bill 60 and 67 laid over until April 25th, 2023.
Representative Mabry. Members, you have heard the motion. There are amendments at the desk. Mr. Shebel, please read the first Bradley amendment to Senate Bill 82 to the Committee of the Whole.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L6 to Senate Bill 82 to show that said amendment passed, that Senate Bill 82 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move for the first Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you. Again, I care about these kids. I've worked with a lot of these kids. I don't think it's a one-size-fits-all. I don't think this is a hard amendment to vote yes on. I think that as legislators, we want the success of these kids, and we want for other kids to be able to come in and also get these vouchers and be successful in the program. I'm not against this bill. I just would like some parameters set up so that these kids can be successful. So I would ask for an aye vote. Thank you.
Seeing no further, Representative Michelson-Janay.
Thank you. Members, we ask for a no vote. Case management is there to help our kids.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the first Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 42 no, and 3 excused, the first Bradley Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the second Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Bradley moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Bradley Amendment L7 to Senate Bill 82 to show that said amendment passed, and that Senate Bill 82 is amended passed.
Representative Bradley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That was close, so I have a good feeling about this one. I move the second Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for it to be displayed.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Okay, you didn't like 6 months. I get that. How about 12 months? How about 12 months that case management includes drug testing so these kids have success in this program, these kids can get out into the world, be successful individuals, and we can have more vouchers for the incoming kids that need them desperately as well. So I would encourage an aye vote on this one. Thank you.
Representative Amabile.
I think it goes without saying, but we ask for a no vote on this amendment.
Representative Bottoms.
Thank you. If the case work on this includes this, why would we not include this? If that really is the answer to this, why would we shove it off on them and maybe hope or expect or think? We can actually help. We can actually help right now and not worry about whether somebody else makes the right decision or the wrong decision. We can help right now and say, we want these kids to be encouraged to get off drugs. How is this a bad thing? Encourage them to get off drugs. How is that bad?
Representative Taggart.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also rise in support of this amendment. I understand the case management side of things, and we want to do everything we can for these youths that have come through foster homes. But at the same time, we have to also be realistic about these vouchers going into apartments, condos, multifamily homes. If these individuals are still, in fact, using drugs, and in particular smoking those drugs, they not only do damage to their particular unit, but they do damage to the overall property as a whole. We just spent several $1 million in Grand Junction in a particular apartment complex that's managed by our Grand Junction Housing Authority for millions of dollars. And so requesting and testing for drugs is not just for the individual, it's also to protect the landlord in particular, that there may be very serious damage done to apartment or an overall apartment complex. And we have to be aware of that. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the second Bradley Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Shebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 20 aye, 43 no, and 2 excused, the second Bradley Amendment is lost. Mr. Shebel, please read the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report.
Representative Holtorf moved to amend the report of the Committee of the Whole to reverse the action taken by the committee in not adopting the following Holtorf Amendment, L1 to Senate Bill 82, to show that said amendment passed and that Senate Bill 82 is amended passed.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole and ask for a favorable recommendation.
It is properly displayed. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This particular amendment reduces the amount of benefits to 23 years of age, not 26. Now, I'm not going to call a 24, 25, or 26-year-old adult a kid or a child or a youth. I'm not going to call them a foster kid or a foster youth. I'm going to call them an adult. Yeah, they grew up in foster care, but now they're in the adult world. You see, Madam Speaker, we in this society seem to want to coddle and care and do all this compassion and offer all these things, these programs and things. And all it does is cause our children, in this case, or our youth or our young adults, to take longer to grow up and face what is the cold, cruel world. And yes, Madam Speaker, there's a cold, cruel world out there, and we all got to live in it someday. And actually, the blessing of this country is it's not as cold and cruel as many other places in the
Holtorf
world.
to the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. This amendment says, yeah, we'll help you out for a few years, but then you got to get on with it. You got to get on with life. Now, what I don't want, Madam Speaker, is these voucher programs, and I appreciated the amendments that were brought up before, providing these subsidies for housing for these individuals, but there's no guardrails. There's no end date, in this case, until somebody is darn near 30 years old. I was talking to one of my colleagues who is in the military, and he said, what were we doing at 26? We were commanding soldiers in foreign lands in faraway countries, defending our country. Responsible for tens, if not hundreds of millions of dollars of property and the lives and protection of those soldiers that were under our command. At 25 and 26 years old, asked to do extraordinary things. Now, I know it's hard for somebody that's never been in the military to understand. But here's the one thing I offer to my colleagues on this side of the aisle. The higher we set the expectations for our youth, the higher they will achieve in almost every case with few exceptions. And if there needs to be a safety net, then create a safety net. We already have numerous safety nets. So I ask for an aye vote for this extension, or actually reduction of the current program.
Representative Amabile.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We ask for a no vote.
Seeing no further discussion. Oh, sorry, Representative Ortiz.
I just also want to point out that those 18-year-old, 19-year-old, 21-year-olds that do serve in our armed forces, we give them every tool and spare no expense to set them up for success. So I just want to also point that out. Yes, we were doing amazing things at 18, 19, 20, 21, but it's because we were trained and no expense was spared in setting us up for success.
Representative Holtorf.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. That is not quite right. But I'm not going to challenge the comments. I'm just going to tell a couple of points here. Because one of the persons in my command joined the military because if he didn't, he was going to face prison time, committing armed robbery on Long Island. And it was the Army or prison. Pick your poison. Do you think that young person was set up for success? The military
Representative Holtorf.
gave that person that success.
We're going to wrap up because we are talking about an amendment on the bill, not the military. So let's get back to the bill, the amendment
I'm
to
just,
the bill.
Madam Speaker, I'm responding to the comments made by my colleague about people in the military. And I'm going to wrap this up real quickly. I served with a command sergeant major whose family were all incarcerated persons. And that person left that lifestyle and that livelihood to go to the military and was wildly successful. So I just want to properly characterize the military and those people that have the worst of conditions but find a way to success in their lives through the military.
Thank you, Representative Holtorf. The question before us is the adoption of the Holtorf Amendment to the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Garcia votes no. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
No.
Representative Morrow votes no. Please close the machine. With 21 aye, 42 no, and 2 excused, the Holtorf Amendment is lost. There are no more amendments at the desk. The question before us is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Mr. Schiebel, please open the machine and members proceed to vote. Representative Garcia, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Garcia votes yes. Representative Morrow, how do you vote?
Yes.
Representative Morrow votes yes. Please close the machine. With 43 aye, 20 no, and 2 excused, the report of the Committee of the Whole is adopted. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move to lay over the balance of the calendar until tomorrow.
The balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
Madam Majority Leader, I do think we have a couple of announcements real quickly. I'm going to hold on your motion. Thank you. Representative McCormick.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just wanted to announce that Agriculture, Water, and Natural Resources will be meeting in 10 minutes. We do have a change in order. It'll be 255, 256, Senate Bill 13 is third, then 192, 266, 270, and 273. And remember, we are in the old state library. Thank you.
Representative Froelich.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Transportation, Housing, and Local Government will meet once this week. Tomorrow, LSBA, upon adjournment.
Representative Sirota.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Tomorrow morning, House Appropriations will be meeting at 7:30, which is a change, at 7:30 in the Old State Library to hear some of the bills that are listed in your calendar, and we may hear any other bill that's referred to House Appropriations from a committee of reference.
Representative Snyder.
Hello, House Finance Committee will be meeting at 2:45 downstairs in room 112. Here are 9 bills on the calendar. Thank you.
Representative Woodrow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. House State Civic, Military, and Veterans Affairs will be meeting 10 minutes upon adjournment, and the ordering of the bills will be Senate Bill 153, followed by 211, 105, 276, then House Bill 1296, finishing up with Senate Bill 111. See you there.
Madam Majority Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House stand in recess until later today.
The House will stand in recess until later today.